message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing inside. fresh from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? When you look, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you look, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you look, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you look, when you touch.
Hello everybody and welcome back to NECC for the third week of our Rainbow Six Siege season as we continue to roll on. My name's Happy. Joining me tonight is Light Rose, and playing for you tonight is a very competitive matchup between one of the more historic teams or colleges in the competitive Siege scene versus a very strong up-and-comer looking to prove themselves as a big threat in the Legends Division. V, how do we feel getting into it tonight?
Well, coming up between Fisher Falcons and OC Esports, I think you kind of hit the nail right on the head. Fisher Falcons have established themselves as one of the top teams in R6 Collegiate. I think you can only think of a couple, maybe Akron, maybe Ohio State, but otherwise, they are looking to continue their dominance, and that's going to have to continue with OC Esports, who is undefeated as well. Their map record is as consistent as Fisher this season, and to take down one of the top teams in the entire scene would really be another notch on their belt.
That, of course, being followed by UM Flint versus Kettering Varsity. That is a game that we will not be broadcasting for you. However, if you have stake in either of those teams, or just feel like watching that game, that'll be on at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, so transfer that to wherever you may live in terms of time zone. But for now, it's OC and it's Fisher Falcons, and let's start off with that OC roster that we're so interested in, because like you said, they've been playing incredibly well through this season, keeping pace with a Falcons team that we both know of through our time in the collegiate circuit. So just generally really interested to see how these guys do today.
Yeah, funny enough, OC Esports has not lost a map compared to Fisher, who actually was, even though we do have a very small sample size. It only has happened, we've only had the 2 weeks to fall back upon, but with this team, maybe they can do it, maybe they can't. It's up to the Fisher Falcons and how they play, and I think you and I are a little bit more familiar with these rosters, at least I am, because they are a little bit more mainstays in the T3 circuit, or at least they were.
Yeah, they were around for quite a while. I did catch the tail end of them. Their reign towards the top of the collegiate scene. They've fallen off just a bit, but still some very notable names. Maple and Beezer have been with Fisher for quite a long time. Scoob, a staple of even the Tier 2 scene, a player in Element 2 that we got to both cast quite a bit of on the Wanted Goons. And then joined by Bomb and Techwill. Techwill, a player I'm not familiar with, and Bomb, someone who I believe in the past has also been around the T3, even breaking into the T2 scene back in the olden days of Challenger League a couple of years ago. Probably just settling in now nicely to the collegiate scene, getting a good education and just playing some Siege on the side. And clearly still playing quite well, however, like we've both talked about, they've got a very tough opponent coming up today. Someone they should not sleep on, like we may be sleeping on them, because Fisher Falcons, you've heard of them before if you're a veteran of the scene, but OC clearly have the skill to back it up. I feel like this is going to be a matter of Fisher Falcons, very good, impressive individual players, but OC, I feel like they're going to want it quite a lot, coming with some solid strats, some very good coordination. Really interested in seeing which one of those can work out today.
Yeah, with the maps that we're heading to, it's going to actually be Bank, Chalet, and Border. Ignore the clubhouse on your screen. It happened last week, and I got screwed over by that.
You can't change it.
I know, but I'm just letting the audience know. But Bank, Border, Chalet is where we're going to be heading. And Bank and Chalet being our first two is pretty similar compared to the absolute indifference that is Border at the end. I think Bank and Board are about as different as you can get, considering how mechanically different they are and what they demand from you.
Really does kind of provide a very much a nice little spectrum of all the different maps, different kinds of maps you could maybe get involved into. Chalet, you know, very much commonly played nowadays. Bank, a huge map. Border, a small map. Chalet, kind of in the middle. If you think about it, you can play passive or aggressive. Kind of maybe favors attack sometimes, although granted in the current meta, most things favor defense. Border, same kind of goes, but it's smaller. It's a very diverse map pool, with Bank, of course, being one of the more interesting ones, kind of a little different from the other two. But we will start off with Chalet. That, of course, being the map pick of OC. And so, with that, expecting them to do quite well, as this is the map of any in the pool that was left up by Fisher that they wanted to go to the most.
And a lot of teams do prefer to go to Chalet, or at least they did. I think it's fallen back a little bit as some of the other maps have become a little bit more popular, say Lab, say Consulate, but Chalet is something you can really rely on as a team who has strayed a little bit beyond something like Oregon or Clubhouse. And as we finish up with the ban phase, the Kaid ban is gonna be an interesting one because that leaves a lot of other operators open. You still have the Fenrir, you still have the Soulless, and otherwise there's just not a huge reason why you want to ban the Kaid over some of these other operators, unless OC Esports really want to hone in on a specific strategy and they don't want anybody to spoil that.
Into round number 1, with Fisher Falcons opting to choose the defensive side to start. Does make sense, at least in my mind. But of any map, you could maybe get away with a decent attacking start on Chalet. So this one across the board, just generally going to need a good start here for OC, because if you get off to a rough start, it's not necessarily like other maps, like maybe a Consulate or an old theme park, where you'll switch sides and all of a sudden it feels like a completely different game. With Chalet, that kind of doesn't apply as much. So OC getting into their own map pick, obviously want to start off well, but even more of a need to, because if you do go down, even like 4-2, God forbid like 5-1, it'll be really hard to come back on the other side, because again, there isn't that stark contrast between attack and defense win rates on Chalet, and it's not necessarily like there's one or two sites you can reliably go to. A lot of teams choose a lot of very different sites as their primaries, and in this case, it's Fisher Falcons opting to go to the top floor first.
The top floor is an interesting one to me. I think Kitchen has started to emerge as the favorite for a lot of teams, but with no Azami in play, you're not going to be able to hold Piano as well, so we do see Bomb and Maple having those Evil Eyes, having those castle barricades to provide a little bit of assistance to that player hanging out in there. Also, no Soulless as well. For a site that would really relish in something like a Pulse, something like a Soulless, there's a considerate lack of that for Fisher. So what this lineup really shows to me, they want to hold down on the site, not a lot of roamers, which can be a little scary and kind of test OC Esports' ability to get things done.
We're now making a lot of entries very quickly. Dusty already in through Trench, likely going to make his way up through West Main. Maybe try and go for some kind of Solarium play with a castle barricade that was spotted on that door from Solarium into Bathroom. It may be harder to make some kind of solar play, as Codes was ready for the peek from that exact window, but just not ready enough. Opening kill goes to Beezer, down goes your Zofia, and OC Esports seemingly without much of a chance to get that kill back and trade that out, because like you said, it's a very kind of, you know, anchor setup from Fisher Falcons. They're not going to give away those early picks, especially not after they find the first one for themselves.
Solarium is going to be the next hurdle for OC Esports. You can see the Nook hanging out right below it. Player over on Solarium. Actually getting in here is going to be difficult. I like Dusty using the scanner just to be able to get by. It's going to be able to take out the Evil Eye as well. don't exactly know if Dusty was spotted over on the camera, and safe to say that Fisher have to be aware that there is a presence over by Sunroom. Whether or not the Nook is on the stairs doesn't really matter, because you can see there's players on the windows, there's player on the stairs, and Fisher, without those evil eyes, they're gonna have to rely on their guns, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1, and that really does enable Fisher to keep themselves in the lead.
You're basically in a 2-on-4 when you think about it, just because Kita is sitting on that rappel in a very important spot to cut off these defenders. So you could also think about it as more of like a 2-on-2, where however many people are on the opposite side of that rappel. Good swing is going to get the knock on Adrelos. Nice play by the Maestro, and everybody else on his team will be there to support. Unfortunately, he himself died to a frag grenade, but it was no problem at all. The rest of Fisher Falcons will sweep that one up cleanly and start the map off well for themselves.
Playing primarily in the site and having a couple of extensions can be pretty risky, but if you put all your eggs in the correct basket, in this instance, by that Solarium area, they had the Evil Eyes, they had a lot of utility and rotations designated for holding over by Solarium because of how important it is, and I think OC Esports just could not cleanly get past it. They didn't have anything to really destroy from underneath, which in this day and age is kind of a difficult thing to do. Yes, you can shoot out the floorboard and put a frag grenade through that. It's a little awkward. But overall, OC Esports weren't able to adapt to that, start putting their strengths where Fisher Falcons' weaknesses were, and so you just simply got shot. Fell away, and Fisher Falcons now going over to that kitchen site. It seems they're going to go back upstairs, play that very big roam that a lot of teams like to do, and hold down the fort.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Anyways, round number 2 for Fisher Falcons after a win in round number 1. Obviously, good start for them. Still staying in the same general area of the map, as you're effectively going to be holding the same kind of areas, just in a slightly different way when you compare the kitchen bomb site to the bedroom bomb site, as you normally see that upstairs extension, which is exactly what we're going to see from Fisher in this round, but a little bit more help. You have some more castle
Okay.
barricades. Codes is... You can't even cook him anymore,
I don't even
man.
know.
How did you manage that? Like, did he think that you could still cook? I don't know.
No, because if you hold it, it doesn't do anything.
I know, but like, maybe he like threw it at a roof? I don't know. Okay. Codes has killed himself with a frag grenade. That's the opening kill, going to Fisher without anyone having to shoot a bullet. Very rough start for OC.
Yeah, not much we can say on it, because it's just a very odd thing to happen, and it really does hurt, because you're gonna have one less person able to take these angles, shoot at Fisher Falcons, who are notoriously good at doing exactly that. The IQ being lost, that won't hurt. It's really just the fact that that is one of your 5 players taken off the board by themselves. Bomb holding over by Office. He's in a great position to deny this space, and especially depending on how quickly OC Esports really wants to push, Bomb and the rest of his buddies can simply hang by, see if they can take their angles, but Bomb pushing forward, he gets punished for his hubris, but it seems that OC Esports, they cannot catch a clean kill without an immediate trade.
Would have been a 4-on-4, but again, Codes unfortunately dead first without having to fight for anything. Dusty, though, is going to fight for that control and take it kindly. Unfortunately, though, Sodex has gone down with one more. He's still caught in the frost mat, so could pick himself back up. But Fisher Falcons, again, win another round as they don't fall off this roam ever, and it pays dividends.
I don't know if you've ever heard some advice for how to be a better shooter in Siege, how to essentially play like these guys, and you got to act like you are the best player in the game. It's a confidence mindset, and right now that is exactly where Fisher is. They feel like they are the better shooters, the better team in the lobby, and the way that they played that extension, you could really feel that emanating. They did not falter. They did not back off from anything they did. Even in an instance, they got punished for that, with Bomb going down very close to that default plant site. But the trades were there, the refrags were there, the positioning for Fisher when it comes to helping each other on the roam was aces. And now going down to the basement, seems like we might be another site-centric, maybe roamless play, which OC Esports, they've seen one of these before, and they're going to have to do it again. Make sure that you don't just stack in an area. Really bash your head in where nothing is going to budge.
I guess the nice thing about this extension, if they're specifically going to put a lot of priority on kitchen and dining, is that you can kind of play in from trophy and sort of create a pinch on the players that are extended. You can either come in from solar stairs into trophy or just go in trophy window, and either way, you can put pressure from multiple angles, whereas last round, it felt like, yeah, you could get maybe some cutoffs on solar window or master bedroom window, but other than that, you kind of just have to push forward and push Fisher Falcons out of their positions, which they didn't let you do because they knew that they were confident. Like you said, they were playing like they were the best players in the game, and the best players in the game aren't going to give up control to someone they know they can win ones against. So, OC, you're going to have to get creative and kind of try and employ some new things. Hence, why I'm suggesting maybe that kind of pinch style play, or what Codes is doing now, taking early control of Big Garage, maybe eventually walk up West Main stairs, or just try and play into the site itself.
There is only one player inside of the site. A lot of them can fall back very easily. Bomb goes down the West Main stairs, so you're back in the site. But now, Codes has put down Talent Shield. There's a little bit of a cutoff, and if Fisher doesn't recognize a lot of that, they could get simply cut off from the rest of the bomb site. But it seems that OC Esports right now, they are going for a little bit of a direct, not playing directly into the hands of Fisher, and I like that. You've got open this wine area. Take a little bit of control of Fireplace just to keep Fisher away from where the actual push will come from. And suddenly all four players that are up on the first floor are trying to dash inside of the site, but all of the cutoffs are there from the attack. The places are here, but are they all going to click?
Still dining hatch control for Fisher. That could be a huge position later, and unlucky timing on the pre-fire through the wall is going to mean the end of Sadex's round. He wasn't the first one to die. That was Codes again. I guess, fortunately, look on the bright side, you took a fight this time. Unfortunately, though, didn't go your way. Still the only member of OC yet to get on the board. Pretty even scoreline all across the board, but not very even in terms of overall comparing both teams to one another. Dusty, though, gonna try and even things back out with that kill on a Maple. Still a one-player advantage for this defense, and I don't know if OC Esports has what they need to circumvent this roam game, because again, this dining hatch is still open. Bomb kind of lets them go a little further than you would have liked, but is eventually able to get that kill, though he's traded out from behind by Dusty. Not to mention, Drolis is taking down Techwill. They need that kill on the player in blue, but they're not able to get it. Scoob lives on just a fraction of HP, but that fraction feels like 1 million health in this situation, and it's enough for him to win the round as the only player standing. Dusty killed one, but Scoob there for the trade, and Fisher full site rotation through the first 3 rounds.
There's a beautiful moment that exactly happened right as that final kill was happening. You could see Beezer was hanging out by the pillar area, but specifically did not take the gunfight. He waited until there was a crossfire, and Beezer did die, but you know what was there? The Fenrir, hanging out in the rotate, ready to fight the player who immediately got that kill. I think that's Fisher's strength, is their ability to play around each other. There was another frag moment where it was Sadex walking down those trophy stairs, sees somebody directly in front of him. I believe it was Maple, and then there's another one directly to his left. He can't look both ways, ends up dying, doesn't almost get any damage. Fisher Falcons have their positioning down to a T. And OC Esports, that was a great round. They did play their trades very well compared to the previous 2 rounds. But I think Fisher, when it comes to that trades, are just a step above.
I was hoping that we would see a lot of good team play out of OC, and that kind of shows that they are here for a reason. They are very good as a squad, and they definitely have shown a lot of promise, but kind of needed to see very good team play because, like we talked about before we got into this game, there are multiple names on the side of Fisher Falcons who either through the collegiate circuit or through Tier 3 and Tier 2 amateur competition have shown everybody that they're some of the better aimers in North America. And so we really, really needed to see that coordination from OC. And like you mentioned, I just don't feel like it's been there thus far. Coordinated push here over towards Library, but they're kind of just getting holed up, stuck at the very first hurdle. And this also something that I fear has been happening too often. They're kind of walking into the first players they're dealing with and then not being able to flush them out of position until it's way too late in the round.
And that's part of the steadfast, almost stubborn play style that Fisher has. You have to budge them with a crowbar, with something to get them out. And if you're not getting that kill, most likely you're not going to get the positioning that that player is holding. And Tech will, they're going to be very close in that office area. And it's not them that actually claims it. It's Scoob all the way over in Piano, but Tech simply walks forward, takes the place of Scoob, and gets a kill of his own. A refrag is immediately followed, but nothing is clean for OC Esports. Fisher Falcons always find themselves ahead in the man count.
Again, another round where we're seeing OC get a couple of kills in response. But is that response too little and too late? It's just Sadex and Drolis who are still left alive. They've got over a minute to work with here, so a lot of action quite quickly. And it seems that Sadex has somebody pinned in a corner, but it's TechWill, who's already had a great start to this game. So are you stuck in here with him, or is he stuck in here with you is the question. The answer is that Sadex knows he can win a fight, even if it is against somebody as skilled as TechWill. 2-on-2 as an exothermic charge will breach open a castle barricade, and OC need to figure out what they want to do in these last 40 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, look, time is of the essence. And when you've got these players on Fisher Falcons ready to take the gunfight, you don't want to give them any advantage whatsoever, time being one of them. And slowly creeping up into Piano. You see the frost mat below the window, so if Drolis has to hop in, Sadex has to be there for the other entry. Otherwise, you're going to get caught in a frost mat where somebody like Bomb or Maple is simply going to attack you. Drop there from Maple, getting on the cams. That's an interesting play.
Bomb's going to get the first one onto Sadex, and Maple's just playing for the post plant, but a plant that never will come through, as Bomb's able to make sure that the instant Drolis comes through, he befalls the same fate as his teammate before him. Outstanding round for Fisher Falcons as they reach a fourth.
See, I don't want to feel like I'm being biased again, like, for Fisher Falcons, but it seems like they've been doing this a while, and it's because they have. The core of this team has been together. I think the 3 or 4 players have been on this team for over a year, because I have a very personal friend, some of you may know her as Gally. She was the coach eons ago, a year ago. She's no longer there, but the core of that team that went with her, Beezer, Cappy, who's not playing here, Maple, they are ready to rock, and they have this unity that a lot of teams don't have. And with OC Esports, they're obviously no slouches. We have seen times when they've been able to get these entries, make Fisher Falcons really feel hurt, but it's always not without Fisher getting a kill of their own. And you're never going to be able to find yourself on top if you're always playing the trade game, being the one that's having to follow up.
A little context behind what you were just talking about. It's actually Scoob, TechWill, and Bomb, who are all relatively new to this team. However, I do think Bomb is a substitute tonight to some degree. So you're still telling the truth. Never mind. He is not a substitute. I thought he was. He is not. So yeah. There are the people who you were talking about are still with Fisher. I think they're just on different teams.
Yeah.
But you're regardless of the semantics of it, it's correct. You are telling the truth that these teammates have been teammates for quite some time. And even in the case of 2 or 3 of them, something as little as that can make a big difference when it's in a game like this. And, like we've said time and time again, when you're as individually skilled mechanically as the team like Fisher, especially relative to some of these other teams in Collegiate. OC, I do think, have shown a lot of mechanical prowess, but I do think they've, again, have been struggling, much like I was talking about last round, in these early rounds where they're just taking a little too much time and sacrificing a little too much to not gain enough out of it.
That was perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
That was good. You have Sadex on the window, immediately leads into Dusty, and Scoob is stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's nothing you can do. That's what you want to happen as the attack, and now Scoob is gone. You take the map control that he was holding, and it's a lot more free as the attack. And Bomb with the run out. That's where Sadex died the last time we had an upstairs hold for Fisher Falcons. But OC, they're still playing the trade game, but this time they're in the front, able to take down TechWell, which now leads Office to be an open area. It's getting better and better for this team, and they're regulating the time pretty consistently as well. You've still got about 70 seconds to work with, and considering the ops that are on the board, you can make things work with what you have, considering Droll is just going to run it.
C4's here, though. Maybe an early end, and in fact it will. Diffuser tried to go down quickly, but instead, the planter went down quickly. Trades all around as Dusty is eventually able to make it a 1 versus 1. That's just effectively, though, because as you can see, one of his teammates is still up. Now, fully back up as the res facilitated on Decades, but they don't know where Beezer is. They don't know that he's this far pushed forward. That'll be a freebie. However, where can Beezer reposition after getting his first kill? Is the question on my mind. They break open the castle barricade, though, so now Dusty has more space to work with, and Beezer knows he needs to fall back to the Mira. Flashed off pretty heavily by the barrage of flashes that come through, and he can barely see a thing, and Dusty, fortunately, can see his head from the other side of the half wall. OC Esports finally on the board.
It got a little scary there. I admire the boldness with how they essentially knew that most of Fisher was upstairs, and they didn't have a lot of angles that they can actually work with to try to deny the plant. But not having the coverage from the C4 when you clearly had a lot of players watching you, it gets scary. Because then you start to lose control, because you don't really have anything to destroy that black mirror. But once you leave the mirror all alone, the flashes, great play there as well. And I think with OC Esports, there's not a lot that you can really replicate upon that, besides just doing your fundamentals as a team. And if Fisher are smart, maybe they'll play a little bit differently. Maybe Scoob will have it out, or he'll have somebody to help him over by library, something that this team is very good at. OC can absolutely replicate what they're doing, and it seems like they are, but are the changes that Fisher are doing going to be enough?
And OC have been changing a lot. Last round, I think, was really just easily the best example of that. You think about where the other team was playing, and then you realize that, hey, we could go a number of different places. We could try and pressure in through library, make sure that that can be opened up first, and then also put somebody down towards games. Just one slight adjustment. Now they're going back to that same kitchen bomb site. Slightly different approach to it, seemingly, though, as Scoob was kind of getting a little cheeky, maybe happy to be up so many rounds, so his teammates gave him permission to go try and get a little goofy out on his own, but got isolated for that. And I think that's something that we can tell OC Esports, just by that one round, are very good at. They're good at taking down isolated players. Unfortunately, as we've kept hitting home, or driving home, there isn't a lot of that happening. It's a lot of structure from Fisher.
Has noticed something that's changed? Scoob isn't over by library stairs anymore.
He's not.
Yeah. And there's no isolatable players, because Bomb is close to TechWell. Maple is close to Scoob. The only one is Beezer, who's inside a site covered by all these walls, all these black mirrors. You are not getting inside that impenetrable fortress. So the decision from OC Esports has to be quick, has to be succinct and unified. And there's nothing that's happened in those 5 rounds to really affirm anything that would happen along those lines, besides the fact that Fisher haven't been playing isolated. And the last time that OC Esports did get a win, that's exactly what happened.
Finally, some pressure being put on this roam from a couple different angles, or I guess extension, a more accurate name for it, but nobody's on that main fluke balcony. That's going to be a little bit of an issue, but now starting to put more pressure on there as well. However, this is only with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, and they're attacking the objective below where they're currently trying to get control of right now. By this point in the last round, they were opening up the main wall into dining with an exothermic charge. By this point in this round, they don't have a man advantage, they don't have firm control of upstairs, and now they have to rush downstairs, to open the wall to whatever degree they can, and Beezer is perfectly positioned on the fireplace stairs to get a kill onto the solo thermite. Another isolated pick found as Scoob is going to take down Kita, and OC Esports stall up way too long upstairs and get punished for it heavily. It's now just Dusty and Cades with anything left to say and barely any control.
Sneaky little play by Beezer. C4 is not going to collect on anything. It actually barely misses the 2 players over by that 90 area. And they're not looking behind them. They're just like simply going to walk through the fire and the flames. And, well, there's not really much to harp upon. Happy. Everything that you saw before you just kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, not a lot of different angles being taken advantage of by OC. The ones that they tried to play, they were only really incorporating into the attack a little too late, and Fisher were doing an outstanding job at confidently playing their positions, so OC felt too scared to push forward. I feel like maybe some flashbangs, bring a Ying, well, they banned the Ying, Fisher did at least, but still, something along those lines would really help to try and initiate some pushes. However, now they swap over to the defensive side, so those problems aren't big issues for now. The big issue at hand is that you have a 4-round differential to cover, and you have almost no time to do it. Your initial setups on these defenses and the way you play them the first time around need to be perfect. Fisher kind of had the luxury of being able to, you know, maybe adjust some things on the fly if they lost something. They didn't, but if they happened to, they could have done that. That's not a luxury that OC Esports have anymore.
We kind of talked about the initiation was an issue for OC Esports on their attack. Fisher Falcon's going to be the same. And a lot of times that maybe won't be the actual utility, and it'll just be droning, you know, counting down when you're actually executing, making sure that everything is happening on time. I wonder if the Amaru will play into that. What is Maple thinking? Where is that Gara going to go? With Beezer over on the Solarium side, this does seem to be that northern window Solarium take that a lot of teams really do like to initiate over on this 3rd floor. But Maple and Tech will. We're going from a bottom up, and if Codes isn't careful, they could really sneak up and absolutely catch them off guard. But good to have somebody on those cams, make sure that that flank doesn't happen. That is such a dirty angle.
Outstanding kill from Sadax. Perfectly plays it as well and positions his crosshair so that the head of the player walking up that staircase is immediately visible and only needs the first shot. Shot a second one just to be careful, just to be safe. But it wasn't necessary at all, and Drolis is going to take another kill on a bomb, even drop down to maybe deal with anyone else downstairs, but in fact actually just going to duo rotate back towards site with Dusty, as Maple can only watch that doorway and hope that someone's going to peek back out of it. But OC, they're smarter than that. We saw on attack that they were very good at dealing with these isolated roams because they're disciplined and they play off each other very well. That exact skill is going to transfer to the defensive side. They're not going to make silly mistakes. They're just going to take their site. They're going to take their advantage and run back to site with it.
Not been a lot of opportunities for Fisher to actually get anything, because both kills from OC Esports have just been out of the blue, odd rat positions that are being played, and this is where the initiation problems are either going to arise or completely be nullified. You have Drolis and Dusty hanging over by that bathroom side of Solarium, waiting for Maple and Beezer to initiate. Such a dangerous place to hold as Beezer. With that Black Mirror directly in front of you, there's no way you can actually get anything done, and Sadex can just pop right back and forth without anything to do but finding the kill. That's going to enable you to walk into Solarium, and you can see with that confidence they're going to push.
OC Esports, they're trying to just take their advantage and play the site with it, but they're playing the site too comfortably. They're just sitting back and letting Fisher have all this control. Drolis, though, is able to actively start to take some of it back, and his position is going to make people focus too much on that and not enough on both of his teammates. As a couple kills for everybody else on the roster. Kita's got one, Codes gets another, now it's just left a Scoob on the window. Yes, he's able to get one kill, might even get a second, boost the KD just a little bit. but you are not boosting your team's scoreline. 5-2, still advantage to Fisher, but a good start on the defensive half for OC.
I think you guys gotta kind of call that one a scratch for Falcons, because there's not much you can do from beyond just, hey, it's thrown out a little bit more. Watch our corners. Make sure we don't get caught off by these players in unconventional spots, because I think that's the one thing that killed them. We've seen that they can really stand up to their opponents when it comes to shooting back. Maple finding the kill into the Black Mirror really does enable a lot, but when you've already lost 2, it's making up. It's pennies when your opponent is rich as hell. Going on to bar, this is actually the first time we've seen this today, which is very odd considering how popular the site used to be. It's still going to require a second floor hold, as it seems like almost all the sites in this map do, but a lot of times you actually hold over by the library instead of over by the office. It's why you see a Frost. It's why you see a deployable shield. No mirror though, interesting enough. A lot of times you'll have a Black Bear painted over towards that library area, but it seems like OC Esports, they'd rather have the Thorn, rather have the Valkyrie, which is going to be a bit more information to catch Fisher off guard.
OC, once again, seemingly at least, trying to just play around their setup and play around it confidently, but Fisher Falcons are a lot more confident. So there's a chance that they'll just try and run in if they see a gap somewhere. Unfortunately, the gap just seems to be an illusion in this case. It's Kita very ready for exactly what's coming from the attacking side. Tried to jump into library and catch him off guard with a Gone 6 rush, but it just turns into a double kill for the Wamai and a 2-player advantage for OC Esports.
You just get smoked with that, right?
Yeah, like that's
it's a gamble, and you did not bet on the right color there, my friends.
We go next.
It's the same story. You can try, you can get something done, but you're still going to be down 2, gaining essentially nothing in the process. Yes, these stragglers can get cut off guard, but it's still just to make up for the lack of players that you have yourself.
I'll tell you something about this bomb site, though. If you find the right avenue in, the defenders tend to hold a lot of vertical pressure, but not actually do a ton with it. They maybe don't open so many vertical angles. Yes, there's the hatch into games, but if you can find a way into bar, maybe that could be your way into a round win here. Fisher already have a kill, so the man advantage is becoming less and less of a problem. They're just trying to spread out and take a one where they can. OC, though, not giving it to them. So Fisher, unfortunately, kind of playing into exactly the play style that OC are comfortable with here, which is, we have a man advantage, let's just sit back and wait for them to force fights against us. However, Fisher are so good that that's 2 fights in a row now, make it 3 that they've been forcing, but still go pretty well for them. Dusty's even knocked down, a triple kill for Techwill. Maple's able to pitch in. It's just left to Drolis inside of the middle of this site. How on earth has this gone so wrong so quickly? The Frost is just stuck in bar stock, getting fired out, and absolutely no chance at surviving that encounter. Match point for Fisher Falcons, and what a collapse from OC.
That's brutal. It seemed like it was, like I said, early on in that round, very similar to the one we saw prior. I think OC Esports just tried to take these gunfights, or Fisher Falcons were a bit more aggressive. Exactly wasn't able to catch that, but either way, we saw a lot of one-on-ones that Fisher Falcons were able to win, like they have very early on in this map. Throughout the entire thing, they end up 6-2, and the pressure on OC Esports just continues to rise. You have to win 4 rounds in a row to guarantee overtime, then win 2 more, and you've won the map, and so much of that without a mistake is very difficult for a team to do. Because OC Esports have not played flawless. They've played well in areas, but overall, Fisher Falcons have just been the better gunners. And unless Fisher Falcons are going to make some mistakes, OC Esports really need to tune things up right here, right now.
I mean, they made the mistakes in that last round, and still, OC just didn't actively do enough. It's kind of the opposite of what we were seeing Fisher Falcons do. Fisher would stay in their spots, but they would continue to swing them actively. They were swinging places like Fluke Balcony. They were swinging main breach if they were playing near that half wall inside of office. at least on the opposite side, you know, for kind of a kitchen library or a kitchen defense with that extension upstairs. We saw Baum playing there on the castle and doing just that, playing his position very actively so that he could try and catch Fisher or catch OC on their entries in and take an advantageous gunfight. OC haven't really been doing that, so into this round, they're going to need to start adjusting some of those aspects of their game. They're really going to need to start playing actively and making themselves a threat so that Fisher Falcons don't feel like they can just walk forward, take the space, and win the fights, because that's been what Fisher Falcons have felt like they've been able to do. They feel like they have all the ability in the world to just walk up and take your fights against you.
Haven't seen too much of that this round. Been a couple of isolated players on their own. Fisher taking things a little bit slower. Player outside of the bathroom window. Some players walking up from the basement. And interesting that Fisher are being this slow. And it seems like they know that the site is on kitchen, and they just walk in and find guns, and suddenly the map might be over.
Two-player advantage for Fisher. Last couple of rounds, they haven't even had that luxury. This time around, seemingly only getting better, but Dusty at least able to get something. Total site control for Fisher, at least to the point where they feel comfortable planting. And that's exactly what happens. Maple has a cutoff upstairs, and down goes Kita. Another shot for Maple. Double kill for the or Dokkaebi rather, and now it's only left to the Warden of OC Esports. Not a chance in the world. Techwill will close, Dusty will fall, OC will only get 2 rounds on their own map selection, and Fisher Falcons start off with a great map.
We were just warming up in that round. Took a while to get going, but man, when they got hot, they got hot. It's the rush attempt over back in round 8. That just could not get off the ground, but they're able to connect. And a pretty impressive scoreline, 7-2. OC Esports are no slacks. This is the first map that they have lost in the entirety of the season so far. Fisher Falcons, I'm sure this is just a little bit routine for them, that they feel like, yeah, we are better than these teams, but it's also not over. We still have at least one more map to go where OC Esports can really show why they're facing against Fisher and why they want to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, and in just a moment, we will be back with that second map. But for now, we're going to send to a quick little break. Stay right here.
Passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me from more than just night. I'm not thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life? This love could be deeper, just sinking. Will you love me? Can't go, I can't.
a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside.
Welcome back for map number 2. The first map, the selection of OC Esports, didn't really go how they planned, and so now they've got to take Fisher's own map pick away from them. And with how well Fisher looked last map, it's safe to say map number 2 is going to be a little challenging for OC Esports.
Yeah, Cafe's a map that if you cannot root defenders out of
It's
their
not Cafe.
positions, it's not.
You did
Again! It's Bank! Oh my god. No way this happened to me for a second
It's
week
not
in a row.
Cafe.
It's
I'm
Bank.
so sorry, V, but it is not Cafe. It is Bank, yes.
It's
We
Bank.
have Bank. Yep. We have Bank coming up.
Okay. Well, completely pivoting from that, Bank is a map that also requires a lot of defenders to be stagnant with their anchoring, and a lot of times you aren't going to see isolated players. And I think with how Fisher plays, they definitely will not lean into a lot of roam-heavy style, because OC Esports will read into that, completely shut that down, and when you know something works, why change it? Fisher's anchor-heavy style play has been absolutely throwing OC Esports for a loop, and I think there's no reason to change it given everything that we've seen.
Still yet to see at least half the series, at least on paper when you look at it in terms of the number of maps. Technically, I guess, you know what, I won't get into counting rounds. That's just not going to add anything to the broadcast. We're on Bank now. We're not on Cafe. And it's Thatcher, the first ban off the board for OC Esports, as they chose to start on the defensive side. Again, makes sense. For this map, I would say even more so than Chalet or for Border, I would say it's the more defender-sided of the three. as the other two at times have swayed in favor of the attack. They can do that. They have shown that they're able to in the past. But this one has pretty much for most of its lifespan been a big map for defense with how big it is, how hard it is to clear. That will really work against OC on their attacks because we saw them take a long time, a number of times, to clear some of Fisher's extensions. So if OC aren't doing everything as quickly as possible, they may struggle to do everything on time when they're attacking. So start on your defense, maybe get like a good 3 or 4 rounds, feel confident in yourselves, and then that confidence can hopefully translate to your attacks where you're going to need it to take fights against a team like Fisher that'll likely be holed up in all their little positions.
It's going to require a strong defense. A lot of round wins will be required. I think a 5-1 is probably where you want to be. Might sound lofty, but I feel with what we've seen from OC Esports Attack, how good this map can be for the defense, that in combination, you want to put yourself in the lead as much as possible. I think a 6-0 is kind of out of the question because surely there's one round where Fisher are going to be able to put everything together. That is, if OC Esports are going to be able to maintain their strong defense and individuality like they did on Chalet for the couple of rounds that we were able to see. So putting out some of these roamers is a good idea, in my opinion, because I think if you have one of these players really pop off like they did in Chalet, more power to you, honestly.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
So for now, OC do want to extend, maybe a little bit of an older extension. It's kind of a server-focused extension with some blue stairs emphasis, likely going to be Drolis playing on smoke. I don't know what it is about the Ubisoft font. It's font in this game, and A's and O's kind of get mixed up for me.
I think that's a skill
Is that?
issue.
Okay, yeah, it's not, never mind.
You haven't
Here
spent
I
enough
was
time in
thinking
the
you were.
trenches.
Here I was thinking you were gonna be like, yeah, you know, that is a relatable experience. No, I just got roasted.
No.
Yeah.
Mid.
40 seconds in round number 1. Fisher, of course, making pretty quick progress, already putting some pressure on the open roam. Oh no! Codes just thought he was able to do that, and he is in fact not able to do that at all. Jumps over one of the cubicles right in the vision of Maple, and the line of sight has never been clearer on an opening kill. Buck able to take the Mozzie off the board very first off, and now the entire roam has been dealt with in just a minute. There is still a blue stairs extension to deal with, however, that's not going to be as difficult as dealing with that full double player open area extension. And now the hatches are opened up for you, and you also just got another kill. Great start to this round for Fisher.
It's kind of confusing as to what OC Esports' plan was from the beginning. It's now going to devolve into a lot of trades that Fisher Falcons usually are ahead of. Drolis and Kita are actually back in server. They have relinquished the bomb site to Fisher Falcons, and all they have to play here is defense, even though they are not the defense in this situation.
Great spot by Fisher. You could see they had a drone inside of server, so they knew that it was a couple players, at least one, that were going to try and hold it heavily. So why not just drop the hatches, take control of lockers, and take control of the round. Drolis has found 1 kill in the post plant, but forgive me for not being incredibly up to date on it, as I would imagine this is going to be a rather uneventful post plant, as it has been 20 seconds of the bomb being down, and he hasn't even exited server, because the instant he does, it will be a firing squad of attacker assault rifles and SMGs and the like, just singing right at him. He isn't even going to try anymore. He'll let you have the round. He just wants his kills, but he won't even get that. Beezer runs up on him with the bearing 9, takes him down, and a first round for Fisher, much like last map.
There's a lot for me that just leaves me scratching my head, wondering what OC Esports' plan was. Because we've got the initial fight, where Maple is finding codes, and a lot of times you might see an Azami and a player hanging out by the office to try to provide opening assistance for the defense. Basically, keep the attack as far away from the hatches, from blue server, wherever, as long as you can. But there weren't any keeper barriers down. You saw Codes just vaulting over things like they were still trying to finish their setup. So there's the interesting roam combined with the fact that the defense is playing in server. I know you have to back up because the attack has taken so much space quickly, but part of why the defense is so good in server is because you can waste so much of the attacker's time. You have the Goya, you have the smoke, and you don't lean into any of that. And with OC Esports, it's just trying to win your gunfight in disadvantageous positions, and clearly Fisher Falcons were able to dominate that round from beginning to end.
Still a smoke in this round, as well as an echo. Really like the placement of that yokai drone. It has fallen off as soon as I mentioned that, but I don't know how it got up there to start with. 'Cause, you know, like, you can only jump in a straight up line, so either he Kobe'd that over there from up by front desk, or it just, there's some weird tech to get to. There's, producer has just told me that he throws it from spiral, and that
Throwing
it
yokais
bounces off
over
the
mountains.
corners. Yeah, exactly. Back in my day. Could throw a yokai over them mountains. 45 seconds into this round, Scoob is set up to just try and get kills on the front desk player. Very typical push for the attacking side to try and go for these days, but not a very typical fight for Sadex to win, as he's somehow able to take that kill. Fisher are trying to just run right at the hold with Candelas and all, but it hasn't worked. 3 kills for OC, only 1 for Fisher, and TechWill and Bomb could not be further away from each other. Both low on util to really make this push work from this point forward, and 2 players down. TechWill's just going to try and send himself into the bomb site, but he has been spotted. Unfortunately for the defense, not spotted enough to deal with him fast, but eventually Dusty will deal with both remaining attackers and win the round for OC.
And that's making sure that Fisher Falcons don't get as confident as they really want to be. And that clear is essentially just trying to go for the rush. And Fisher have done that, I think, a total of 3 times now, with only 1 of them really being successful. And it's OC Esports not being a pushover in this specific instance. It shows you why these players can be good at the end of the day. Dusty, great job there. Same with Sadex. I think it's gonna be about making sure that Fisher Falcons aren't comfortable, that they aren't as easygoing as they really want to be, and so far I just haven't seen any of that. They play with pace, they play with intention, and nothing from the roamers or the anchors have changed that, in my opinion. And as we go back down to the basement, you're gonna play Office, do it now. Don't, like, I see you walking up there, codes, like, reinforce the hatch, do whatever you want. Please do not get caught in Office again.
Well, obviously that's the goal. I think they've started to... Well, they had that wall reinforced last time, but still. Some trauma, at least. Remembering what happened
got the
last
drone
time.
in Office.
Nice. Should be pretty solid. Codes, again, in basically the same exact spot, but this time, very aware that he needs to stay crouched. Another drone goes in from Maple after the first one gets shot, just to make sure that everyone in the surrounding area has vacated the staff room, and in fact they all have. You open the hatch only to then drop it within 30 seconds after the only thing they've done is the exact thing they did last round. Scratching my head.
Sometimes you don't need to give a lot. I think ideally I'd want to, like, maybe at least fire a couple shots, waste as many precious seconds as you can, but dropping back isn't going to be the worst thing in the world, because you're still a body. You're still alive. You can still provide assistance on the site. And if OC Esports are going to rely on the smoke and the Goyer like you really should on this site, more bodies, the more the merrier, honestly. But I don't like Fisher Falcons having a minute 30 to use this buck, and that is the consequence of really relinquishing Office so early.
Yeah, and because no Kaid is up, as OC did ban it, there is no chance to really keep these hatches closed for too long. You could bring a tube just to delay it a little bit, but also you opened one of them up yourself, so it wouldn't really matter that much or make that big of a difference. However, big difference in this round is that Fisher haven't really put a lot of pressure towards Elevator or towards Gold Vault. Neither of those hatches being open quite yet, and there still is a lot to deal with inside of Server and on the staircase. But dying to the Goyo canister that was on the top of the stairs that he was supposed to play off of is Drolis, and now Beezer has the Candelas that you could very easily use to pressure this one player out of Server. They haven't pushed Kita yet, though, and they're wasting precious seconds, not actually doing anything about this player inside Server. Maybe we'll get that kill, lose a little bit of HP, and that's just fine. But now you need to start to plant the diffuser. But where is the diffuser for the time being?
I think it is going to be in the pockets of Techwell. Grabbing it, you've opened this server room single wall, so the plant option is there. Both Goyo and Smoke are gone, so Denial is simply going to be C4s, and I don't know how many actual Goyo canisters there are. It's simply going to come down to denial of this plant for OC Esports. Completely possible.
Oh, what a shot from so far out by Codes. He's been denied, though. They need to start getting this plant back down. They will. Dusty got a kill on one player to drop the hatch. He gets another. He can see the plant going down. No, he can't. That was a teammate. Death Icon. Tech will now down to 1 HP as somehow a couple Deagle shots have been landed in all the chaos, and he has the advantage. Dusty knows that he can't play off the hatch, knows that he needs to still be in Server, will Kiba off that angle so he could try and hit the case, but that's not really going to play into the advantage that he has. He may not realize it, but he's got such a big HP gap in his favor. Tech will chucks a drone so his teammates can tell him where he's pushing, but he doesn't know that he's swinging that angle, and a triple for Dusty in the post plant. An outstanding clutch for the Azami, and OC Esports will take their first lead of the game.
It is really such a game of cat and mouse when you're in that situation. Great play to isolate that part of the breach so you make it a singular angle that you really have to watch. You don't have to worry if the Fenga is playing far back. She has to play this close angle, of which you have a little bit more time to react simply because of your peripherals. And then it's just the ebb and flow. When you want to be aggressive, when you want to be defensive, try to bait with the plan, when you want to get off of it. I love to see that. And for OC Esports to grab the win, it makes it a lot easier in the end. Because I said a 5-1 is really where you want to be. It is still obtainable. You have 3 rounds to go. You win staff, go back up to CEO, back to basement, and you just go there for 3 more rounds. That's all you need. And a lot of it is just going to be about wasting time. I think that's the one thing that OC Esports might have to rely on a little bit more, because it seemed like despite everything, Fisher Falcons had more time than you really would like as an attacker on that side because of the Goy, because of the smoke. It is literally milliseconds a lot of times where the diffuser can go down. You're able to get that down, goes down to the 1v1, of which OC Esports come out on top. Rome, still important as ever.
First time seeing open area this game as we are into round number 4. Winning a couple defenses in a row is always fun, but unfortunately it does mean you have to go down to those sites that you maybe prioritize a little lower. However, this site also very good in its own right. But the way OC Esports playing it for the time being, you talked a lot about the roam in that last round. There isn't really a ton. There is a little bit of extension over to Tellers and Archives in that general area. However, not a lot upstairs, and so with that, within 45 seconds of the round starting, Fisher are already able to get Maple into stock room, start breaking some of the roof from out above those defenders in the middle of the site, and Scoob has taken down Sadex. So a very good start, as that's the Archives presence gone at the drop of a hat, and at the drop of another body, it's Fisher again, taking a huge advantage early in this round.
They're so alone. Happy. Rollers, Edagon, Codes, it's up to them to win their 1v1. Going back to Chalet, you almost never saw that from Fisher. There's a lot of examples of which you can use, and now the flashes are going to come in. Fisher's got so much utility, and they can just get the plant down. It's the easiest thing in the world.
Attackers activating diffuser.
It might actually be flawless. Only one player on the attacking side has lost any health at all. Drolis is about to walk back in and realize they fully reinforced the bomb site, put castle barricades on it as well. All the works on that one. They threw the kitchen sink at everything just outside the site, only for Fisher to drop in from above because they weren't holding it. And so now Drolis, 1-on-4, was able to get one, so it's not quite flawless, but a deagle kill for Scoob will be more than enough to close. Even if he didn't get it there, it would have been someone on Fisher to make it a 2-2 scoreline.
So you've got the CEO that you can head back to. Goes, oh, open area is a big danger. They're gonna go back. So, what's the change coming on through there? Is a pause gonna?
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Okay.
bombs.
So,
That's tough.
yeah. It's still there. There's weird.
Oh,
things
okay.
happening.
So I think it was all right. So I think it was
Attackers have dis-
a playlist error. There are like 15
It's
million
weird,
different
yeah.
things you have to make particular when you're setting up a competitive lobby, and I think one of them was slightly off, which unfortunately means we will need to rehost the lobby. However, it does mean that we don't have any tech issues or we don't have any server issues or anything like that. So we could imagine that it'll be a relatively quick fix. Get in there, fix that 1 or 2 settings that may be wrong, get everybody back in the lobby. It'll be like nothing ever happened. We just need to yap a little bit longer, but you know us, V. We can do that all day. We got no
Yeah.
problem with that.
Yeah, I know. I've been. I wanted to bring this up in like a weird way, but R6 Small. I don't know if you've heard that. I was talking about it earlier, which is like the next game in the Rainbow Six franchise. It's a mobile game roguelite.
She has been talking about this all through both breaks we've
I
had.
didn't know. No, I just said I was gonna play it because we had the break.
Oh.
We're gonna head to a
Oh, we
break,
are.
and when we return, we are going to have hopefully the end of the second map, and whatever comes after that. We'll see you then.
I'm here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to late to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm
Welcome back to map number 2 between Fisher and OC. Longer break than I was anticipating, than we were all anticipating, but we're back 2-2. Fisher were able to even things back out. OC, though, look a lot scarier this map than they did on Chalet. We may have the score line wrong.
It's
though.
not.
I don't think it was. No, yes.
They are
I think
being
Scoob is just
silly.
Scoob is just trolling. That's a
They
big
are silly goobers.
yeah.
And
big,
ignore them.
Attackers
He's a big
need to
troller.
locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, it was 2-2. We recently had the open area. It's a flawless round coming out from Fisher Falcons. OC Esports initially, they did go back down to open area.
Located a bomb.
Now they've gone up to the CEO, which objectively is just so much of a better play. As, you know,
I think Scoob actually thought it was 3-2. I think he might actually
No.
just be silly.
that'd be pretty funny.
That would be. Yeah, my fault. I was see. My fault. I was tripping. Okay. Anyways,
Bro hallucinated the fifth
Exactly.
round.
To go.
yeah, I saw him say, "No, what do you mean I was lying? We just won an open attack." And I was like, "Wait a
Attackers are
minute."
heading out to defuse a bomb.
He actually thinks.
That's like it.
Thank you, Dan.
Look, Scoob is a silly goober. Scoober the goober.
Anyways, round number 5, we're going back upstairs. This is a site that OC haven't lost yet. They lost once on open. They are 1-1 downstairs. This is the second time they are playing a bomb site for the second time. The second time they're going upstairs. Anyways, another more lobby-focused attack from Fisher. They're going to bring the Monty along this time. Last time we saw them try and, go for that very quick rush play. Didn't seem to pan out, so this time they're just trying to play their angles patiently and wait to get opportunities, and Tech will in fact be given a chance. Dusty down very quickly. A very good player through this map.
Not forcing it is gonna be really what you want. The Monty enables that. Also with the fact that you're able to get a very early kill with Dusty.
Oh my.
Sadex just dropping Maple makes that a lot harder, but it seems that opportunities for kills are a lot more present than they previously were. The angles that Fisher are taking are a lot more beneficial, and you can see with Scoober just absolutely sticking up, the opportunity passes by him. Seems like he might have another one if he can find the kill, which he does, and that's why they pay him the big bucks.
Drolis just swung it wide with a shotty, unfortunately punished for doing so. Codes is able to get one, but they're into the site right behind him, and he had no clue that this was the case. Kita has no idea also that there's somebody right on the other side of that sideways closet, and that if he shot through that bookshelf, better word for it, he would be able to get that kill. Unfortunately, walks through the beepers. Now they know exactly where the Wamai lie, and unfortunately, he only shot at a Montaigne that was full extended in his shield. Bomb able to get that kill. Techwill credited with the other, and Fisher credited with a third round.
Getting 3-4-2 is brutal as a team that maybe doesn't do their best on attack in a map that should be a little bit more defender favored, considering something like Chalet. That's going to be more even. I don't think you can say the same about Bank. In this meta, with how the map is laid out, the defense should have a little bit more of an option, but it seems like right now, that's just not how it works. Back down to the basement, back down to the good old Smoke and Goyo combo. This is where Fisher had that really big rush early on, and it all came down to Mr. Dusty. I thought it was Drollless for a second. No, that was the player that killed himself with the Goyo fighter. That also should not happen and cannot happen. That's a pivotal part of holding blue stairs, and you lose the 3 smoke canisters, which kind of are the cherry on top with the Goyo.
What I'm interested in seeing again is Codes specifically on the Mozzie once more. How is he going to play this? Because they continue to open the hatch, and I'd imagine they have again this round. Yes, they have. They've opened the hatch in open area. He is going to reinforce the one in small office, but this still is very emblematic of a roam from him. However, Fisher actually have decided to change up their attacking strategy this time. Even though I don't think their strategy was bad last time around, they feel as though there are better ways they could go about dealing with this server hold, such as sending Bomb right in through Dirt Tunnel, very close to the start of the round. Matter of fact, not just Bomb, it's the whole team. You've got a Montaigne walking in first. You've got 2 or 3 players behind him. This may be another attempt at overwhelming a very pivotal area of this hold very quickly, as Beezer gonna walk in. Not even tanking any of the smoke canister, mind you. He just walks straight through it and 0 damage dealt to him. And now that's an important crossfire to establish, because he at any time can lower his shield, and with the threat of the players walking in from dirt, this could be a big problem for the OC defense. So they're trying to deal with him real quickly. They burn every gas canister in doing so, and they can't deal with him. They just cannot kill this guy.
Help!
He's gonna get caught in the smoke though, but they can't give him any help because the canisters are there, and now Fisher just have to force their way into gunfights. Case is down in server, so they can't ignore it anymore, and they can't at all do anything about Dusty. Kita swings at the perfect time. He'll take another, and it's just left to Scoob. Top server stairs, and I don't think he stands a chance at winning this round.
You've got 4 players in dirt. You have enough bodies to try to help out your Monty, because he is given the call that there's 2 players directly in front of him, which takes off players from specific angles. And at that point, the smoke canister may be in front of you, just run through it. You're gonna take a little bit of damage, but you can't lose Beezer that easily. It's like they just watched their friend get beat right in front of them and just watched by. Absolutely helpless when that is not the case in this situation. It's a little bit of a wash for Fisher Falcons. Scoop is still alive and still can potentially clutch this, but taking a little bit more damage. Diffuser in their pocket. This is going to be a difficult one to clutch, and I think Fisher are more worried about what they're going to do for the next round rather than hoping and praying that Scoob can just pull this one out like a rabbit from a hat.
A lot of damage dealt to him. Still case in hand, but now closely competing with Dusty for the lowest HP of any player still remaining. That's his last smoke canister too, so he is smoke grenade rather, so he is not going to have a chance of doing anything. First contact will be the zombie, but Sadex at that exact same time will swing, and Scoob will go down as Fisher. Very rough in terms of the coordination, as their teammate just walks in a server, no support like you said, and well, the gas canisters are enough to dissuade any teammates from walking up.
It is 3-3. I think for an attacking team in this meta, it's pretty good. You get to start on the defensive side, bring the Goyo, bring the smoke, if that is your preference. don't see why you wouldn't, given how strong it is on this site in general. They're not. It's indicating that this team is gonna be more roam heavy, which I think does lay a little bit into their play style of just being, you know, wacky, silly gunners. But when you force OC Esports to come at you as a team rather than individuals, that's where they really struggle. So the roamers are going to have to play around each other. And if they don't, I think OC Esports are potentially going to be enabled by that. There is an if, though. As previously, Fisher have done a good job at that. And with the Solus, with a cab in play, there's always the chance that you get the interrogation along with the assistance of a good old friend of yours.
Attackers must locate.
Yeah, so Solus, Caveira, I think you had the perfect read. They're going to go for a lot of plays off the objective. Even still, outside of that, once you get back to the site itself, you're not really dealing with major anchors. Nobody who really delays a lot of time. I guess Legion kind of does, but that's not what you have in mind when you choose him, so to say. As OC Esports aren't necessarily as fast as Fisher in terms of the early stages of their roam clear. So it seems that that's still the case. It still carries over between these two maps. We noted last map that OC did take a little bit too long in some of their early rounds and then didn't have the time left in the late round or had to rush their mid round. And neither one of those things are desirable. And so with that, it makes sense to see them take a lot more time coming into this round, and they're fully droning everything out because they know that they're playing against the cheeky team. Very fortunate that they chose to do just that because they caught Scoob in a very bad spot that could have been very bad for the attack. Instead, he'll just drop out because he knows he stands no chance of doing anything from that position.
Not a full retreat, though. That's something you gotta keep in mind. Because when OC Esports, they pulled back all the way into sight. Fisher still have Scoob over in blue. Techwheel and Bomb are still on that first floor. So OC Esports aren't going to have the freedom to open the hatch. Freedom to just try everything as they please. But as the Candela goes through, Bomb does relinquish, goes down to that basement, and here's that freedom that you really want, that you fight for as a team. But losing Sadex, you didn't clear Techwell out. Everything was working. You just forgot one vital piece. Make it two. Because there is still a Caveira on this floor.
Inside electrical as well. Big oversight from the attack. They're not even bother opening the exterior door into electrical. I would imagine they are going to be paying the price for it later. Oh no, that's not an interrogation. He knows it though. He's just gonna walk up and melee. At the same exact time, Maple's gonna get the kill on a Dusty. And so with that, a very well orchestrated pinch from OC. Things are looking very rough at the time, at the moment for Fisher. Good timing on that swing from Scoob, but it really isn't much of a chance at doing anything. Case could be recovered, but Codes doesn't even seem to want to. He just wants to try and run around and see what kind of kills he can get. Getting pings and info as to where one player is, that's Bomb, but Bomb just running away. Knowing he has only 15 seconds to work with, and there's a low chance that Codes is going to win the round out of this kind of position. Does pick up that case. Gonna need to run it into the middle of this site, the heart of this objective, and try and stick Bomb Plant down, but it's Bomb to kill him on the defensive side. Good win for Fisher and a good lead as they start their defense.
That's where the players individually start to shine. I still think that OC Esports did a good job overall, just missing that small part of Techwell. Because if you catch out Techwell on the drone, there's almost nowhere for him to go. I don't believe that vault hatch was open, and he can't go to the white stairs because there's players holding an office. The attack was mere moments away from really clicking together and avenging Sadex. Or I guess in this case, you find Techwell, Sadex doesn't die. So OC Esports, the problems with the attack are still there, whether it's going to be on Chalet, whether it's going to be on Bank. Adding a Monty into that, I'm not sure if I'm positive or negative on it, Happy. Because I think it forces you to play a lot more unified and to actually initiate if they want to initiate. Because OC Esports, they've had a problem of hemming and hawing when they want to go in. And as a Monty, you need to commit.
Yeah, and I think the other problem is that they take a long time to not clear that much of the map, and clearly they didn't fully clear the map, as they were still struggling to deal with areas like Lone and Lobby, or an area of the map like Electrical, both areas from which we saw people emerge late in the round for Fisher and get kills. So I don't know if the Monty's going to make that much better, as it'll only really exacerbate that problem of you're taking a long time should you need to clear a lot. However, it's very fortunate that you're playing now on a bomb site that doesn't necessarily involve a lot of clearing of anywhere on the map that isn't the second floor. There is one player downstairs, spotted by that drone from Dusty, but well, seemingly falling off already and won't be that active of an issue, especially since you have that Nomad. You can air jab off the right doors and, well, you won't have to worry about that player downstairs too much at all. And so this Monty can operate as it pleases inside of lobby.
Ooh, big fight happening. Tekla versus Dusty. Both of them just firing away, but the pistol is superior in that instance. Frees up that first floor a little bit more. And you can see that the Nomad is being brought to stop any flanks that are going to eke their way on over towards red stairs. Scoop with the jump out, and no one is there to punish him for it. He might be able to go through dirt, but that's still a roamer that's able to get away for free and is going to require a little bit more patience from the attack to actually go and find him. And more things just start to go a little bit sideways for this OC Esports team, but at least they did find Tekla so that the refrag on the codes doesn't sting as much. Okay, well, that.
Very hard to, yeah, there we go. There goes that advantage that you were so happy that they had. And without that advantage, especially with Drolis being one of your 3 players alive, that means that it's not really a gun that you have, just kind of a presence walking forward, less bodies behind him, and nobody behind him because he himself goes down, exposes his right side to bomb just a bit too much, and a great punish from the Bandit. Another kill for Fisher. That's Beezer, and now just left to Sadex. Could be a second round in a row for Fisher, and it's been very back and forth. Normally teams managing to match each other round after round, and so even though Sadex is going to get that kill, it is matched, and for the first time, a team has taken a round lead of more than 2, and it's Fisher in their second defense.
This is just what you have when a team who's already capable, they go onto a side that is simply enabled by the meta. Defense is objectively so much better than the attack in this meta. With all that you have on your side and how Bank works and the problems that OC Esports have, it starts to stack up, and it gets really tall and really hard to overcome. Now going on to open area, OC Esports is still going to have to go for a second floor hold, which is going to require players on windows. You don't have to go through lobby or red stairs, so there is a silver lining upon this, because that's where the problem for OC started to emerge. And you probably are only going to have to deal with maybe 2 or 3 players, opposed to something like 4 that Fisher ideally would throw on the top floor. They still have the possibility to do that, honestly. And I will not be surprised if they put Maple or Beezer up on that top floor, simply because that's just their style. They really do like to stack upon each other, and in this match, there's nothing to dissuade that.
Attackers are heading out to
We're going to need something big here from OC Esports, a big change of pace. I like the Ying pick. That already indicates to me that they're going to try and bring something that can initiate them. Not having Bandit this map as well also shows that they were thinking about it from the start. It was something I mentioned after their pretty rough attacking half on Chalet last map. It felt like they were just lacking something to help them get in, get a foothold in the map, push Fisher away, and Ying can be very strong for pushing the other team out of the positions that they hold. She's kind of worked her way into the professional competitive meta quite a lot, as there are so many strong defenders that can hold areas so oppressively. The Candelas are one of the few effective tools you as an attacker have to really actively push them out. So I like that choice. I hope it's not a rush just in from the windows, though, because it looks like they're kind of setting up more people than usual over there, and I don't think that would really work so well.
Scoon got spotted on the drone. Doesn't seem to budge. He's got bomb in janitor and tech wheel in long desk area, but not looking to his left. He gets caught out. Is the refrag going to be there? Yes, it is, as Tech Will shoots through the wall and not budging an inch. This team is infamous for standing their ground until they are forcefully moved, but it seems that OC Esports, they might have gotten a little bit stronger and got a bigger tool, but there's Bomb making it 3-3, and they're sacrificing so much for this top floor.
Drolis was ready for that exact play too. It was just so unlucky that Kita chose to sprint in front of his teammate at the worst possible time. And you can't really afford to calm something as minuscule as that because you don't want to clutter the comms too much. But then also, the downside of that is that Kita will walk right in front of your sight lines and take away what could have been a man advantage for your own team even more in your favor to make it even across both teams. Now even worse for OC as a C4 will end Drolis' round. Now just Cades and Dusty left with any opportunity to make anything happen on the attacking side, and only 45 seconds to make it happen. They don't even have diffuser possession either. It seems like this may be a hard round to win, and they barely have any time to figure it out.
Slide's just going to be wailing on the floor. Always a benefit of having top floor control is what you're able to do, but you're not going to be able to get anything from it. Seeing exactly where the positions of Beezer and Maple are, and the time that's on the clock, you have to give up on this pursuit of vertical destruction. Just enter the site where there are 3 Evil Eyes waiting for you and players watching the cross. Dusty is dropped, so is Codes, and actually a friendly fire team kill from Codes. And Fisher Falcons, they go onto map and match point.
Yeah, OC just kind of didn't really have it towards the end. They had a good start. They knew what Fisher Falcons were trying to do, but even then, just that slight, minuscule error that could have made it a 4-on-2 in their own favor with a decent amount of time left to play completely flipped on its head as a whole. And then, like you said, there wasn't really much they could do. They were making some vertical holes, yes, but like you said, there wasn't really a chance to actually capitalize off of that. And so with that, Fisher Falcons have won 3 sites in a row. OC Esports still seriously struggling at dealing with Fisher. Even when they're prepared for what Fisher are going to do, there's a good chance that some kind of mishap will happen, and Fisher will still come out on the winning end of a gunfight anyways. Or some kind of missed shot, or Fisher are just that good in individual fights, and they'll win the fight anyways. So it feels like at a certain point, OC, what can you do, right? You know what's coming, you know how to anticipate it, what you could do to best suit yourself for getting some kills, and you still ended up at a man disadvantage in a weird spot, needing to execute onto a site where everyone knows where you're coming from.
5 seconds left.
The last chance for OC Esports.
Attackers are moving.
Find a win in this match. Get that pivotal 3-0. Gonna require 3 rounds in a row. And getting through what seems to be Scoob and Bomb inside of open area. And that is a difficult combo to go through. Beezer in Archives as well. So got the ability to detect these electronics, keep players away from your site. Beezer is not in Archives. Beezer is actually in Vault. But Tech Will is on the 2nd floor, which I feel like that's a little worse.
Well, still OC taking their time in getting into the building. Kita will be that initial entry, which is good because then you can play off the Candelas. However, that means if you go down too soon, you will have died without using a single one of them. And they've struggled so much at getting those initiating, just starting off fights, that you die early. Oh, great dodge of the C4. A little bit short from Techwill. That was leading perfectly into what I thought was about to happen. Unfortunately, Kita just barely misses the mark. Very unlucky timing. Still able to not lose any HP to Maple swinging, and Codes will trade. So again, OC are very good at communicating with one another and clearing these roamers. We saw that last map when there are isolated roamers. However, there haven't been a lot of those. And it's a really big map like Bang. And they have spent half of the round just clearing the 2nd floor on a basement attack. And there is still a lot more roaming to clear out, and it's not really isolated in open area.
And both Bomb and Scoob just playing directly across from each other. They have information. You can see that with the Z-ping. Scoob might actually take a very fresh angle. It seems that Dusty's going to be able to fire away, able to get one. And OC Esports need to find a victory here. But Bomb, along with Tech, makes it a 3v3. We're all tied up as Fisher Falcons lose one. They've got to find a way back into this with a lot of time on the board for OC.
Great job, Rome clear.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Again from OC. Should still be all right. Not the worst situation in the world. V, I think. Is this just my side? Or there we go. Okay. My feed froze for a second. I don't know if that was just... It was just me. Okay. Anyways, Dusty's going to jump down the staircase. He's got another one. Triple kill on the round for him. And now, Tech will left alone against the tides of Dusty and Kitagod. Case in control with a Candela still left to use. They'll chuck that in deep into the site, but they can't do anything yet because the canister is still going off. It's still red hot inside the bomb site, and they don't have high enough HP to run through it, so they just have to hope it expires soon. They're about to lose it on time. Tech will just stands there menacingly, and the round, the map, the series all go to Fisher.
That is why the basement site is so difficult to deal with. You pair Goya, you pair Smoke, and the right opportunity arises for the defense, and you have no opportunity to plan. Despite the clear advantage that OC Esports had, Fisher Falcons, they're able to walk away. The 7-3 on bank, and another victory in their pocket.
Another one indeed, and we came into this like, oh, Fisher are the team we all know, but don't sleep on OC. They've won, technically, more maps across more of the game. They've won all their maps, and Fisher haven't done that. I don't know why my brain phrased it stupidly first, but they won all of their maps, and Fisher, not quite the same can be said about them, but Fisher came in today, took care of business. Maybe they just played a really difficult team, because my goodness, did they look like the better team today. OC, still with a lot of promise. You played an outstanding team today, and you still went toe-to-toe with them at many different points in the round, but I think their biggest problem was just stringing it all together on a round-to-round basis. It was either the early round would suffer, or they didn't have enough time for late, or whatever was happening. Unfortunately for them, well, trying hard enough isn't quite good enough to get you a win. They'll go down 2-0, and we will go on to our second game of the day. Quite a ways away. That'll be around 9 Eastern, so if you want to be back for that one, make sure that you're here. But for now, we take a long break, and our friends will be on with you for the 9 o'clock game. See you then.
It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. so can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me be there again. Let me feel you. Fall into you. I found the rain dripping down your eyes when I'm not around. I found myself, but I fall into your lies all again. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me be there again. Let me feel you. Fall into you. When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I get. The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. crazy in a different role. She likes the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm counting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were fine. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't
dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they said for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they said for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me so complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. And in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So I'll wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just that.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Thinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm, oh, I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarette
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher.
Well, Clips, it's looking like the first 30 seconds of the average Minecraft speed run. It's a flint off in the race to get through this, as it's UM Flint facing off against Kettering University in an inter-city rivalry, it seems here.
Hated that so much. I actually was just not expecting that at all. Like, I had no, like, you could have at least warned me before we went.
I'm not giving you any warning. I got to keep you on your toes, Mason.
The worst pun in the world.
Get your steps in, man. I got to keep you on your toes.
Sometimes you just gotta cook. And Scott cooked. He ate up just like he did that beef chop in Minecraft, right? The pork chop.
All right.
Anyway, whatever the case is, earlier on stream, you had Fisher absolutely decimating Oklahoma Christian in the Legends division, and now we roll ourselves over into champions between, of course, as Scott just mentioned, University of Michigan Flint versus Kettering Varsity. Both schools literally in the same city, so they're probably like a 5-mile walk from each other. So maybe they, like, I don't know, are gonna, after the game, go out, get food together, or maybe they're just gonna like fight and fully brawl,
some yogurt,
like an old high school rivalry, right? Did like your high school like have like a super rival, and like after the football games, everyone
they
would
hated
fight
them.
each other?
Yeah, they hated them. They were not after the game getting yogurt or going to Frozen Mountain or something like that.
Throwing fists and
Despise.
stuff.
It was police had to intervene.
Flint are gonna do that. Same for us. So
I would have college students would have a little bit more decorum about that, especially if you were in the same city. But who truly knows? Maybe there'll be tough blood after this matchup, which I'm hoping will be a good matchup. Both these teams are stepping into this one only with a 1-0 record, as they did both have buys in week 1, but they are coming off of good victories. So hoping that can stay true for the side here of UM Flint for their roster. Is she left me, left click, Rida, Sido, we'll get that right, I swear, and then Zat to close things off for their roster. And like I said, this team has already gone 1-0, and they're looking to make that 2-0.
Yeah, they're a solid roster. I got the privilege to cast them in another collegiate league last semester, and they were a fun team to watch. They often went deep in their series against their opponents. So expect that to happen again here tonight against Kettering, of course, being an in-school rival or inter-city rivalry.
Inter-city,
we'll
not even interstate.
Right? Not interstate, yeah, inter-city, even deeper than what we thought. Maybe these teams will really be at each other's neck. And on the other side, you've got Kettering, a team that has been around in the Rainbow Six Collegiate seed for quite a long time, Scott. And there's still players that I even played against back in my day when I was playing against Kettering quite often. You've got Derp, Bombkey, Chuck, Matt Mack, and Prismo. Derp and Prismo are both players that I remember having to contest against a couple of times. So they've got some veteran leadership on this roster, and I do expect them to be the favorite team coming into this matchup.
But you weren't far off, Mason, for the 5-minute walk between the university and whatnot, or the 5 miles. I was going to say, cities are larger than just like a 10-mile radius. It's probably more than just 5 miles. No, it's less. It's like 1.83 miles between these two universities. It is a 5-minute drive. It is a 5-minute drive between the two universities. I was confused when high schools would be close to each other in cities. Now having universities that are like fighting for people to go into the university and attend, being so darn close, that is crazy to me. But hey, if you can do it in Flint, we can do it anywhere, I guess. Maybe we're just behind the times elsewhere. But for our first matchup of the day, we'll be here on Clubhouse, then Cafe, then following up on Chalet. Ignore the scene we have behind it of a different map entirely. That's not where we're heading to. The two guarantees are Clubhouse and Cafe, with Clubhouse first.
Yeah, Clubhouse going to be a really solid map. I mean, both teams should have a fair understanding of it. It's been in the comp pool, I think, literally the longest as this base map. Of course, there were a couple little minor changes to it, but in reality, it still plays just about the exact same that it has for like the last 4 years or so. Cafe, that was where I think we'll get a little bit more specific, a little bit more interesting. I think that's Kettering's map pick. So going there, I'm a little bit worried for Michigan Flint. Do they have strats prepared for Cafe? Not all teams are good Cafe teams as long as it's been in the map pool. So we'll have to see once we get there. But Kettering kicking off with a Maverick ban. You don't always see that here on Clubhouse, but it does still come out once in a while with the late nerf to grenades. Maverick actually starts to see play again. And because flashbangs are just so strong in this meta, we see an SI, right? How many teams are running 12 to 15 flashbangs per round? So seeing the Maverick off the board, not a big shocker. Montaigne as well, very strong on a map like Clubhouse, especially if you're a fan of defending CCTV. So he goes off the board as well, and Kaid will follow shortly after.
We're back in the utility consumption simulator that it was 2.5, nearly 3 years ago at this point. It is an unfortunate meta to fall back into, but I mean, as a viewer, it's one of the more entertaining metas because every single moment it switches over to a new player, they're doing something. And 9 times out of 10, it's tossing a piece of utility out or throwing a flashbang grenade, trying to get something working out for themselves. It's at least entertaining in some by part. But for the last ban there in that veto phase with Kaid going off just prior, it will be the mirror. You don't want to have to deal with that black mirror. You do not want to have to deal with the early information that can be gathered visually. So you'll chop it off the board. And it has very little space to work with effectively on certain objectives on this map. But the ones where it does work, you want to avoid it in its totality. And even when it's left up, some teams just opt not to pick her because you don't practice it enough, because it's almost always banned, so you don't really have the strats to work with. But we see for our first attacking round for Flint, they want to stick to I would say a more status quo would be my idea. Some teams will like to go off towards Jacuzzi Wall. They'll try to breach that one open and create the option. Then they'll work in towards the hatch off towards Bent. They'll clear out and go for a huge eastern subroof breach inside towards the CCTV wall. But if you do so when you spend too much time off in no man's land trying to clear the first floor for some reason, not doing it, then not going all in on it and failing to clear out cash room, time will be the biggest factor for your demise. And Kettering are completely staying away from the objective for the time being with this very heavy extension they'll be opting for inside cash. And that's where that you can see Flint transition onto highway to start working in from those windows.
Well, you see, she left me and the rest of Michigan Flint begin to work their way up to the roof. It's kind of their standard process. Open that CC wall, open the jacuzzi wall, get the Logi hatch open, maybe try to peek onto the highway windows, and eventually you find yourself either executing through all the way through cash and CCTV, or maybe you're going for a jacuzzi take where you hop in the windows. Often, though, here on Gym Bedroom, you are in the round for such a long time that you end super, super late. So expect to see that between the denial from Kettering here, maybe with a Nitro Cell or some of those Azami Kiva barricades, slowing down the attack.
Highway is already being opted for by Zat, using that sledgehammer to deal with the castle barricades on those windows. When you're trying to work in on this fast lane, you have to be very effective in denying sight lines, and crossing through those windows to get more visibility is quite a dangerous task ahead of them. But they've gotten good damage out already to the player of Derp inside of cash, and they know for a fact the extension is there. And the drone work now has to come through in due diligence, and for Flint, or I guess everyone's Flint here, for Flint, they're going to have to be very safe with it as they're looking for many options. They've opened up that jacuzzi wall. They've got the windows open. They've got cover for Zat on highway with a great angle in through that CCTV window. They're just missing the actual execution up to this point, and it looks like most of that's going to come off of the high impact use of those candelas in through this breach they made through jacuzzi. That Mac just shuts down, followed with Chuck onto left click. It's a very poor start for Flint on that execution, and they'll have to get more success elsewhere, where thankfully Zat can make up some saving graces.
Yeah, Kettering looked good so far through this poor execute from Michigan Flint. They tried to leverage the candelas, but unfortunately the candelas just were not in the proper position. It was rather slow, and they had never even flashed the guy in bathroom, so Mac just had the freest kills of their career, essentially, as a couple of members walked in through the jacuzzi breach. Good supporting cast on the defensive side, stalwarts the rest of the Michigan Flint attack, and they end up losing it out pretty rough here as Kettering start with a very, very strong first round defense on Gym Bedroom.
Mason, is it just me, or did we not see very much impact off the Ying, off the candelas? We saw attempts there, but you're talking and highlighting how important flashbangs are right now, and Candela, probably the most effective flashbang piece of utility in the entire game of R6, and yet we didn't see it tossed effectively enough out and into the bathroom side. If you wanted to be the main point of entry for your team, which they obviously were going for, they were the first through that breach and through jacuzzi, maybe we should have seen the candelas tossed in through that breach first, and highlighting a little bit more effective use of that before just trying to crouch walk in where you cannot sprint, you cannot move fast through a breach. They maybe needed to open up a little bit wider, maybe should have opted to go for more effective candelas. Whatever the route would have been, their jacuzzi breach entrance was a very failed point from the start, and it's something they're gonna have to reevaluate as they probably head back to that objective within the next 2 rounds. Not this one, not the next, but thereafter. So we head down into the basement for Kettering for their second objective of choice, as they'll go for the full reinforcement, I would assume, on Church Wall. There goes Check setting it up in the pulse of all things to get that information with the 2 nitro cells they have in both Bomb Key's hands and Chuck's themselves.
complete last moment operator switch up here by the side of Michigan Flint. They saw something they either really, really liked or something they may not have liked very much. And now you see that they've brought out the Jackal, the Ying, the Ash, and the Zero, which is more indicative
So
of
much
a
info.
role player. Yeah, exactly. It's mostly going to be information based, right? And then you're going to leverage the Ying for your main take. The issue I have with this push is that you have no throwable or launchable utility to open up the church triple wall later on in the round, if that's an option you want to go for. Instead, you're going to be confined only to the restriction that you are of dropping the hatches that you've opened up, or if you're lucky enough to get up close to that triple wall, then maybe you're able to open up and cause some pressure. But Michigan Flint, they're doing a solid job of clearing this player out of construction.
Nice.
And Bobakey goes down. Great information overall. That's a free early pick here for Michigan Flint. Great start on the roam clear.
And that's a nitrocell that you were really hoping to hold on to for the time being, since Chuck had already sent theirs out and unfortunately came up with nothing in the process. So you're out of nitro, so you're going to have to rely entirely on those impacts if you were attempting to deny that kitchen breach, that kitchen hatch, which, as you mentioned, would have to kind of be the approach we see coming out here from Michigan Flint. They have no hard breach at range that can deal with the wall inside church. They really don't have the best chances possible to head down that main central staircase and pivot in through either, trophy or try to work from Moto and try to step from that side. So the option has to be secret staircase to work in from blue, step down in towards oil pit as well. That's this better option as well, in towards blue to clear that out, or continuously pound the rock from above, because you have Candelas that can blind and keep players away from that breach. You can get that kitchen side, but with only the pocket hard breaches in the hand, an impact will clear that instantaneously, and they've already used 2, and there's still 4 impacts left.
Yeah, there's so many impacts available on the board here for Kettering, and they can just continue to impact away at the hatch. Sido. No, Sido.
It's Sido.
Sido.
Get it right eventually.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it ruined me. I was gonna say Sido originally, and then my whole world flipped that out. Anyway, Sido ends up using their Gone 6, trying to draw some attention, but here's my concern with Michigan Flint. They're just running around on the top floor. They don't really know what to do, and that's due to their lack of having any sort of throwable hard breach. They haven't even opened the bottom stairs barricade. That's phantom pressure that could be applied to Kettering on the defense. They understand there's a player in dirt. They understand that there's pressure coming from that side. But Michigan Flint just have to open more things to put more pressure down, and that's a nice pick. Unfortunately, Dirt falling, trying to contest that vertical play. I don't think it was the smartest call, and he ends up falling, putting Kettering in a 3-on-5 with 15 seconds left.
The time is ticking out. You and Flint have a huge advantage already, but they are starting to lose those numbers as Mac and Chuck pounce in. A refrag from Zat goes null and mute as Prismo gets one back in return. Zat, the only one left remaining now as the UMP tears through Rida. And they'll have to attempt to plant this diffuser. They have to stick this one. They know where they're more than likely going to be, but Prismo can't guess correctly. Can they still get it? Yes, thankfully they're in time. As they tried to escape back away, and Prismo down to 1 HP was not a firefight you're really wanting to peek against an Ash of all things. But they'll spray them down as they try to retreat back away from the door frame. They'll get the defuse, and they'll secure the second round as well, despite the egregious start here, Mason, with the first loss upstairs of Bomb and essentially the trickle effect of Derp afterwards, who had a fight that they should not have peaked. Great round and great recovery for Kettering.
Yeah, really not sure how Kettering was able to fight their way back in, but I kind of am as well, because I kept mentioning the fact that Flint just could not open enough stuff to make Kettering uncomfortable in the site, and that's exactly where they fell short. They tried to just walk in through doorways, and I don't know, if I'm Kettering, I'm just going to sit there rather comfortably and just shoot at the doors until the players that I'm fighting die, right? So that's it was a pretty easy job by Kettering. I mean, they didn't really have to do anything special. They kind of just pointed at doors and started shooting, and eventually people fell over in time. Other than one goofy moment where the guy was literally red pinged and Prismo just had no idea that guy's planning on the church door. But, little mistakes like that happen sometimes. Sometimes you're just so tunnel vision in the default plant spot that is typically behind either that minibar or the black luggage suitcases inside a church triple. Could have led to a mistake for Michigan Flint. Thankfully, though, for the side of Kettering, it did not. And now they move over to CCTV and Cash, where they'll bring out the Tachanka, making a lot of vertical signs of light. Or sight.
Lines of sight.
Lines of sight, yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Wow.
You're welcome.
Wow, it's tired, I'm late. Yeah.
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 What was that?
Wait, it's late. No, okay,
There
I'm
you
just
go.
ruining it all. It's all gone. It's all gone. Everything's ruined. Anyway, Chuck's got some long angles to be able to deny that default plant with the Shimuke launcher if they so dare choose to pull it out in the late round execute. Regardless, point is, Michigan Flint, they got to work hard to get this main breach open with the Bandit on the board and no Maverick to try to take care of it.
Is it just me?
Thatcher. Why didn't they
That is true as well. No Thatcher. Do they have any pocket EMPs?
Yeah, okay,
they
the
got
only
him
thing they
in
can do is
dopamines.
probably use Zofia down below to break open the floor, or maybe Buck. But
Which is why they're droning it. Somebody just jumped in through
Testing it.
secret window. They're pushing bomb key. I see the drone going in through window that's being prepped up by, I believe it was Zat that was droning it. It may have been Ryda. And then I see Zat stepping in through the window and actually going for the swing there. Yeah, that's what it was. A very aggressive attempted entry here from you and Flint. They're just trying to keep Kettering on their toes, trying to keep them away from some of these more impactful angles. And Derp is readily aware of that one. They know that bomb key got swung very early last round and they lost their life. They don't want to have the same, remaining 2.5 minutes of a round where they're down a player count and have to try to find some sort of recovery. They've survived half this round now, and it's just trying to keep that player count alive. And if they can do so, good. But what's an even better option? Take down the competition instead. Bomb key for 2 on the getaway escape, decides to strike first. Ryder will finally find an impact frag after the fact, but that was before 2 more players are struggling to stay alive for your roster. What can you possibly do? Well, make a call, I guess. Get some buzzing out around the map, see what can happen, but it's not going to tell you enough because you only have a thermite left with you and no one is there because you haven't checked the backside of stairs. There's Chuck with the LMG to tear you through.
poor Left Click has been waiting the entirety of the round for his team to do something so that he could open a wall or just do anything productive in the round. Unfortunately, Left Click just hasn't had an opportunity to do any of that as the main support player. Chuck will get that final kill and dust him off. It's a flawless rotation here for Kettering, but truthfully, I really can't compliment Michigan Flint's attack at all because the buck down below of Zat decided to open up the lounge wall, which directly applied pressure to himself because they never opened up the garage door, allowing the Tubarão to swing as free as they wanted into lounge and put as many bullets down there, which left the buck stuck in a corner that he had to watch either his red stairs or his lounge flank. He chose to watch red stairs, got flanked by lounge, and then all of a sudden it spilled out because of all the control. They're relying on one player down below to hold that flank or hold those cutoffs, and they weren't able to do it. When they died, 2 more people fell with it, and the entire tower came crumbling down. Now that leaves Kettering up to a 3-0 advantage, and Michigan Flint, they just have to find an answer. They have to change something up to get themselves back on track. Their basement attack was the best looking round, but they just didn't bring the operators to get the job done. I'd like to see more of that strategy that they had that second round that they brought out versus what we saw in rounds 1 and 3, which was just kind of, let's just hope we run at them and it works.
You call it what, a phantom push?
Yeah, so you use like phantom pressure,
I love
right?
that. Yeah,
Right?
yes,
You
I
open a
love that
couple
term.
little
I
things.
always like highlight that it's always better to open up more angles to keep the pressure on. Hearing the term phantom push or phantom pressure is awesome. That is a great term to use. I'm now permanently stealing that and it'll be used in every esport that I cast. But I want to point out, since we've just highlighted the troubles that you and Flint has had in these attacks, it's been a different thing every single round, but it's been a big plaguing problem for them every time we've seen it. Last time we saw this objective, it was the poor breaches into Jacuzzi where their entire effective push was coming from, where their 2 main entries were trying to swing in from. Having to crouch through that when you know that there's a player inside of bathroom, when you know that it's less effective and it's too difficult to get Kentelis in through there to blind them, still going for crouch holes is a poor decision and a bad mistake. Heading into the basement side, they had phantom pressure, they had the first blood, they worked their way in through those hatches, but they still didn't make effective use of those hatches because they didn't have any tertiary angles to work from, and they weren't clearing effective kills in the process. And then all of it last round, like you mentioned, just all over the place, just a total hectic mess. They've got to be a lot more coordinated, and it starts in this round as a Kiba barricade will be detonated by a grenade. Great usage of the Kiba barricade to keep the player going for that breach denial alive. It won't keep your first player who fell off alive, aka Derp. No more Kiba barricades left.
So that is literally why what you just saw is that getting swung by the cache window or the CCTV window. That is why you bring a second R breacher on the site and you have them open up the CC wall. If they open up the CC wall, then there is no world a defender is swinging that without any information at all and being able to like stay alive. Probably either A, someone's holding that cutoff, or B, there's so much phantom pressure, I'm gonna say it, that no one wants to dare contest it. right? And instead, they're just not, they're skipping basic steps, right? That's a basic step of this bomb site, is to open up that wall just to apply a little bit of that pressure. The con wall would also be a great wall to open up and apply more pressure, but the issue is, you see Flint, look at them, they're all standing on highway, for God's sake. I mean, they're doing nothing at all to take any map control or anything, and Kettering can just sit still for the rest of the round. Sure, Prisma's hit the floor, it doesn't really matter, because time's going to continue to trickle down. The take isn't good because they have no drones, they have no information. Granted, they have drones, they're just choosing to not use them. They get jumped out on by Chuck, who's on for 3 in the round. The castle of Bob Key drapes out the super shorty, and Bandit will finish it off with one of his own, dropping Logi. It's another terrible attack by Michigan Flint, and they call a timeout to see if they can get anything going, because so far, Scott, it is just abysmal. I mean, they're just sitting outside, basically trying, hoping that Kettering's going to run into them and get kills, and maybe they get 1, maybe they get 2, but after that, Kettering stopped moving, and all of a sudden, we basically sit in the lobby for 2 minutes with no action.
And it's not like we're not seeing glimpses of success or great play from Flint. We are. We saw the first blood that came on to Bomb Key 2 rounds prior, where they had a great execution and a top-down approach to secure the second and first floor and then work towards the basement. They are very good. They're a successful team.
They're just choosing not to.
Kettering is apparently their kryptonite right now. It's the inner city rivalry or something, but I mean, Flint just can't find an answer for the Kettering style of play. Very aggressive early start, and Flint meet and match. We've seen it. They like to get greedy early. They like to go in for kills. They usually get the first blood, for goodness sake. The problem comes after that. A minute and a half after the first blood, a minute and a half after the initial transgression. It's silence. It's near nothingness with utility. It's near nothingness and destruction of the map. There's no opening of wider angles. There's no attempt to alleviate pressure on one side of the map than the other. All of that highway pressure you talked about, 3 players on highway, 2 of them watching the same window into construction, and the other one watching a window from CCTV that was never a concern in the first place, bar the initial peak that you were still stressed about, because you shouldn't have had to worry about it if you had opened up the CCTV double wall, the eastern subroof, and cut off that pressure in the first place. They've got to think more about what can happen in the later stages of their strategy and not just getting the strategy into the books. Pros and cons, concerns, status quos, whatever you want to do, you got to know more about it. And Flint, hopefully that timeout can give them a little bit of time to talk about this basement push where it all started so right. And we saw the best looks ever from them on that top-down clear and still lost it in the end.
5 seconds.
I don't want to keep, like, pooping on Flint. That's the word I'm going to use, because they have moments where they play the game good, right? Like on this initial basement clear, you will see that their clear up top is swift and it's smart and it's strong, and they play together for it. That's the only round that they so far in this match have actually played the video game. The other 3 rounds, they've literally just sat there and hoped that Kettering would give them picks, and they just can't do that. If they could play every round where they actually play efficiently and together and push, they will be so much better off. If they're able to clear out this pulse, recognize that he's in kitchen, isolate him. He is stuck in here. If you put someone on the kitchen hallway, and then you put someone on the kitchen window, and you have 2 people walking through meat locker, that brother is dead, okay? He is not living in that situation. If he does, either he's God, and he's just made the best play of his career, or you don't go to any of the doors and do anything that I say.
Watching Kitchen Hall.
And then he gets away. Yeah. These are the little mistakes. And granted, yeah, it's early in the round. It's not really part of their strategy. However, there could have been a drone there already. There should be cutoff drones. There should be information for that, guys, so that you can capitalize on a pick like that very early on and then begin the rest of your main push.
Chuck's already been their kryptonite for a while, though, to be fair. I mean, Chuck's 8-0 has yet
I didn't
to
even realize
fall.
this guy's got 2 kills around. Like,
Chuck has valued their life more than all. Like, Chuck has been the end-all be-all right now for Kettering. Everyone else is doing spectacular, yes, but when you have double the next, top kills in the entire game with 0 deaths to boot, and it's not round 1 or 2, it's very, very impressive. And Chuck got out of there very swiftly. The second there was any hint of danger with that drone, you needed to be a team that would have already have coordinated that drone pressure with covering angle, which should be the case, but it just didn't happen to be the case in that scenario. Maybe a little bit too early in the round, too early of drone work, nothing behind it. UN Flint will acquiesce that first blood opportunity, and now Kettering will fall back to their own devices down towards basement, where it looks like She Left Me maybe getting swung here by Bombkey, who is hounding for some sort of flesh here. Just has been yet to find it, as She Left Me is biding their time and waiting for somebody else to come and assist them. I think Bombkey just wants this kill. They're refusing to stray away. They refuse to escape because they've got a cutoff angle being held in from the breach, from the hatch. And there goes She Left Me, thinking they had all the information, and in fact they had nothing, and a second frag follows suit.
Well, they just didn't even use a drone. They knew the guy
Maybe
was in there, but like, I don't know, maybe use your drone and see if there's actually someone there. Give your teammate live information. It's really poor information game from Flint, which is shocking to say because I was complimenting the hell out of them in round number 2. Somehow they've evened this round back up, and with 10 seconds left, they have to hit the site through the church door. The Buck walks on through, but he's not safe in this spot. The Legion of Derp could just swing. The impact goes huge. It kills the diffuser, and now Saito has to go for the plant. There's no time, no cover at all, and Kettering will clean up their 5th straight round here on Clubhouse.
The defense on Clubhouse is very strong. Still, Mason, a defender-sided map. I mean, by only a few percent, I would argue, but
Not
still
this much.
a defender-sided map. This is an anomaly. This is the point at which you'd say 4 rounds, shame on me, or shame on you. Sorry, 5 rounds, a little bit of shame on me. 6 rounds. Yeah, we're going to be thinking about this second map, and that's where things are going to be getting even more dangerous. UN Flint, this second map, not their pick. It's not. They chose this map,
and they are getting obliterated.
and Kettering are going to be heading into their map pick next, and we've seen Kettering on the map of Cafe. We've seen it last season. We've seen it seasons prior, even when I was back doing R6 before I moved over to Valorant for quite a while here in the NECC. They are an exceptional team for that map. They know what they're doing, and they're confident when they do it. They even just had Derp in the chat saying this. They're playing Pal World. What happened to saying you're throwing a Pokeball out there? We're truly throwing everything out the window. They're hitting them with the impacts. They're hitting them with the talk in the chat, and they're really hitting them here with a possible 6-0 start, though they are heading to the arguably hardest objective to defend on this map for defending teams, CCTV and Cash. I despise this objective as a defender, but they barely showed us success previously, trying to go too hard and heavy to get down in towards break room to clear out Bombkey from the initial angle with little to no success.
I like the adaptations that Flint has made, right? They've brought out the Nomad, so that's going to try to help leverage their flank and try to alleviate some of the pressure that's been brought out previously here by Kettering on the defense. My issue is I still feel like Michigan Flint are just not going to do the steps that they need to apply enough phantom pressure around the map to properly pressure and stop Kettering from just running at them. Because that's all they've really done. Prismo will get rid of one of those drones. This door should be wide open. If you're going for a downstairs clear, that main door should be wide open. Otherwise, Prismo is just going to steal a freebie for you. And all of a sudden, you're already down a man so early on in the round.
And for a team that's not doing the due diligence, the dirty work, right, to break down these barricades and create diversifying angles to apply that phantom pressure and everything in between. For a team that is not doing this, Mason, how little time does UN Flint seem to always manage to have in the final few moments of these rounds? Where is all this time going away from them? Where is it being lost? Because it is an unbelievable amount of bank that is in the clock has absolutely nothing going for it, and it's just something that is a problem that plagues a lot of teams. I love it. It's a problem that plagues a lot of teams, but it's really plaguing UN Flint right now.
Yeah, I'll give you the answer. Basically, Michigan Flint, they drone on their own. They don't have anyone actually drone anything for them. So they drone on their own, and then they get off their drone thinking that somewhere's clear, and then our defender has ran into that room after shooting that drone. And because no one's holding it, or no one is hot droning a player in, then effectively they lose that control, and then they die. Exactly what happened to Zat early in the round. Same thing happened to no matter whoever died previously. And now that's what just happened to the Sophia. It's literally like, it's like I talk about it, that it happens. And it's just poor gameplay. And like, I've seen Flint play way better Siege than they are, but something about this matchup, maybe like you said, Scott, maybe it's a little bit of that inner city duel. Maybe Kettering is just outclassing Flint right now. I don't know what the issue is. But Michigan Flint don't look like the team that I've seen them to be in the past in other leagues and stuff. So it's very concerning. It's an odd look. Especially on their own map pick. I mean, getting blown out 6-0 on defense, it happens once in a great while. I mean, maybe you have a really, really, really rough attacking day. But now you have to go win 6 straight defenses. And yeah, it's your own map pick, so maybe you've got the strats, maybe you've got an idea of what's going on. I just don't know how much I believe in that. It's so hard to win 6 rounds straight in this game.
Attackers need to locate and defend.
Well,
You basically have to make
hard.
no mistakes. And unfortunately, Michigan Flint have made quite a few mistakes this game. And Kettering kind of looked mistakeless because they're playing the game, and Flint aren't.
Well, that's the crazy part. They looked like they weren't making mistakes, but they were. They were clearly making mistakes. Derp had that really egregious peak in round 2 down on basement where they were reloading below the breach that's being fired upon within kitchen. Why are you standing there? They try to swing in early angles that aren't necessary when their plants attempted to go on for you and Flint when you can just play for time in the last few moments anyways in a 1v2. So many little things and so many of these rounds, it truly feels like Kettering is making mistakes, but they're not being capitalized upon from UM Flint. And because UM Flint is making way more mistakes in the process of those attacks, and maybe even now of this defense or these defenses, possibly if they manage to get through another round or a couple more prior, it just looks like Kettering are an unstoppable force meeting a very movable object. And it doesn't have to be that way. And if you want any chance for your map pick, it has to completely turn opposite on its head and pray that something can turn out differently. They'll go for an extension off towards Cash Room to go ahead and reinforce that side. It looks like Kettering going to go for a pretty standard attack here for this map. Nothing too different. They'll open up that CCTV wall. They put 2 players off over towards Jacuzzi to give themselves an option there. And here you see a drone swinging and clearing CCTV with a player, if not 2, as there is a second inside of Garage, not far behind it, waiting to act on the information that's been found as Bombkey transitions to a better angle to close off that cutoff, that rotation hole created here at the top of Red Stairs, as they have now noted. One has stepped back, and they'll reinforce it, which gives them time to go ahead and breach.
Well, the only thing I dislike about that push is the fact that you have the diffuser, or the player bearing the diffuser walking in and taking that challenge, but it works out, at least for Kettering for now, and they're able to get a kill onto Ryda. So a great start as Matt Mac, the thermite of all players, is able to get the opening kill in favor for Kettering. There goes down the Tubarão, and also one of the only 2 players that actually have impactful frags in this match thus far for Michigan Flint. She left me inside Sido. They're going to have to step it up. And so far, it's not happening as left click falls and hits the floor. It's going to have to be even stronger as the Wamai has now pinned himself into a corner. There's nowhere he can run, so someone on Michigan Flint is going to have to help this Wamai get out of Logi.
They say, hey, we know Zat was inside there. We're here an impact. They're the only one we think that's truly left in that area that would have an impact. You didn't see the Wamai run around. You didn't see Sido run around. There's 3 in construction, guys. Break down the window. Apply pressure. Perfect execution from Kettering to do so. And look what it's turned into. A barrage of frags favoring their side. And now a completely disjointed defensive structuring from UM Flint as they attempt to find any sort of success. And they only find one with a Mossberg by the end of the round. It's a GG no re for our first map here. A good half, you could dare very well say, if you're Kettering and have the confidence. They take the opposition's map pick flawlessly in a 7-0 fashion. A rare oddity in R6 in general, but even more so here in the NECC, especially when you're considering it's 2 teams that won their first week, aka last week, as they both had bye weeks in week 1, and have looked good coming into this.
I've got to give props to Kettering. I mean, they just looked great. They outclassed the life out of Michigan Flint, and I hate to continue to beat a dead horse, but you could just see the difference in the teams and the structure. I mean, one attacking round from Kettering looked better than all 6 that we saw from Michigan Flint. There was only really 1 or 2 gold star moments that I saw from Flint on their attacks. Otherwise, they were droning on their own. They were doing things that just were not productive to overall achieving the goal of their take, right? And Kettering, on the other end, they had a goal and they had an objective in mind, and they were helping each other to do it. They were droning for each other. They were entering off of those drones. They were being more efficient with their time and their map gain, and that's the biggest difference between these 2 teams thus far. Kettering is literally just running at Michigan Flint on defense because Michigan aren't opening some of those barricades that they need to be doing to create that pressure and stop Kettering from doing so much running around. We'll go to a break. We'll see if Kettering can make their mark rather on their own map pick of Cafe in map number 2, or will Michigan Flint reconvene, restrat, and get themselves prepared here and go into map number 3. We'll see you in a few.
That's when I get, and I need
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing. Just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time. Just like
Welcome back, everybody, to the Minecraft Flint speedrun. We're back at it with Dreamlock apparently coming out for catering versus any attempt I've ever made at speedrunning to get to the Nether in the first place. The Flint off is going very well for one side over the other. That's what we're getting at here, Mason. It's rough. This looks like the difference between a team that's really good at Siege and a team that's really good at Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. The whole 9 yards, the whole kick-a-boodle. That's Kettering. They absolutely tore through our first map, speedrun style 7-0, and they're heading over to now their map pick, where they're going to look to try to do the same thing.
You just make a reference to a person who would load into a lobby and try to break gravel and see if they could get Flint the fastest.
No?
Because I'm pretty sure that's legitimately a speedrun. Like
That is
world
probably a
record.
speedrun. I know there's a bunch of crazy
There's some
speedruns. It's like
dumb
first
things that you
trade
can
with a
do in
villager or
Minecraft.
something like that.
Yeah, there's some dumb things you
You
can
think there's a
do.
speedrun for it? There probably is a speedrun for it.
Yeah, honestly,
I was
that's
top
definitely
100
thing.
one time for fastest to get to build limit.
We
The
just
day it released,
do
I was
not
like, this
care.
seems stupid. I'll try it. And then I did it, and then I was like 88th, and then now I'm nowhere.
And then, so you
And
did
then
it the
next
day it
I was,
released.
and then the next day I was like 6,000.
Yeah, because people play that with like literally no life. It's
Hey, you were saying that, but you're an R6 player, Mason. This is you guys are
It's
speed running the number one way to
It's a
absolutely
month
enjoy
to
your
get on
time.
top.
I'm getting
What are you
it.
gonna do?
They just really
Aw.
don't like Monty.
Dude, this is how I felt whenever I played in collegiate and people would ban Monty against me. I'm like, why are you banning Monty? That sucks. I'm still gonna play him, but he sucks.
Doesn't it just make it so you suck? All operators are created equally, Mason. Therefore, if you think he stinks, it's just a player difference. Anyone that's ever played R6 knows there is definitely differences between the operators. There is definitely a hierarchy of operators.
Tachanka is the best operator in the game.
That is true. Tachanka is S tier, if not SS tier, than everyone else's.
So is Castle. So
True.
is Zence. So is Glaz.
So is Zenyatta.
And Iana's fine, actually.
No, Zenyatta.
Low-key, no Overwatch reference.
Big Widow fan.
I almost said no Overwatch references here, like a 2-year-old child.
He's literally weaponcing Overwatch.
Attackers need to
Literally
locate and
just
defuse
not
bombs.
dealing with it, bro.
I think that's a fair. Oh, it's a fair assessment. For a moment there, I just had a little mini micro panic that somebody just
Thought
impacts right off
smoked
starts,
himself off
and
the
I
bat,
thought,
yeah.
I thought somebody
They were
needed
just breaking. They were
totally.
just breaking the
Yeah,
mini bar.
I
but
always
yeah,
forget sometimes right at the start that panic. You know, Cassie for like 2.5 years with having no friendly fire disabled during prep phase.
I'm not gonna lie, that guy got the best spot ever to be able to open that
Yeah.
quickly. He must have like Superman flicked.
He's like,
it.
yeah.
He's like, I'm opening this.
Talk about COD quickscoping and impact
my setup's
nade.
done. My setup's done. I got it. I opened it.
I'm gonna go hide now inside freezer. I'll see you guys later.
Cav mains, you like?
That yeah. To be fair, I do have probably 400 hours in Caviera. That is exactly what it's like.
Insanely sad.
Yeah, it is very sad, especially
This is
considering
why you didn't play
all of that was before the Cav pistol nerf. So
This is why you're the play-by-play.
because I'm in the action. I'm in the face.
Be like,
I'm in the
yeah,
face of the competition,
Cav
right?
would definitely
Dying
be a good picture. And
in
I
the
would be
open.
like, I hate you. No.
That's what it was like. That's what it's like. Speaking of good picks, though, Kettering on the attack. This is an exceptional lineup on your attack to deal with a top floor defense. The Flores for clearing out a little bit more of that utility, especially if you're a little bit more concerned about the players that are going to be sitting inside C2 and maybe even C1. You can go ahead and send them a terror drone around the bend, send it in from Skylight and get a little bit more information. Or if you really want to sneak a drone in through, and deal with Piano and deal with the player over by Pixel Door and kind of close that out, it's a good way to do so as well. But the gridlock is where I think a lot of the importance truly will come from if you want to close off these stairwells. Those track singers are so on this map. They cover the entire landing of each of the staircases. It's perfect. The issue is you lost most of your HP, but your team was doing pretty darn good past that if it wasn't for Sido in the freezer taking down 2 of you.
2 players tried to walk on by the Wamai, and unfortunately that player just wasn't positioned at the cocktail window in time to deny that peek. Derp just a little bit late, and that falls Kettering. That's a big mistake that's going to cost them in the rest of this round, is now they have to work low men and lower HP than your opponents, as Derp has succumbed to just about that 20 HP range, maybe a little bit more. Maybe he lives to an extra bullet or so, but if left click ends up taking an engagement with the sledge, he is definitely a dead man walking. Sido inside a freezer will still try to hold on to this longer angle. Chuck has one more RCXD Rotero drone to try to deny any more util, maybe break one of those FNAP mines that could still be lurking around. Derp with a couple of nades will throw one into freezer. It's burnt away, and he blows himself up because he doesn't get away, but he gets a trade on his own life with the nade that goes into freezer. Ryda finds a kill on a Chuck. We might just see Michigan Flint get their first round win. That would be absolutely monumental, and it could all of a sudden kick off into a 7-0 on Cafe, which brings us into a banger map number 3.
This is just... Maybe that would be crazy if 7-0 each other's map picks. Call it the collegiate special, right? When you win your opposition's map pick, but
no, that'd be like the NECC collegiate special. There's no way that's ever happened.
their own brand of it. Yeah. It's just absolutely ridiculous
It
idea.
could only happen at NECC.
Here's Matt Mike, all by themselves. Only in the NECC, and that means you're kind of putting a lot of expectations for them to fail here. 10 seconds left. You have a lot of expectations for them to fail, to be totally honest, but they'll get a nice wall bang off towards left click. Ida, not far away from this, does get swung, somehow still up and standing and able to take down Matt Mac. Though at the time already in the red time, they would needed to have getting that kill and then hop back on the diffuser plant as fast as possible. But it does not seem to matter. Flint will, in fact, win the first round of this map in their first round in this entire series. And yes, it is map 2, folks, in case you guys missed map 1 because it happened so fast.
I will say they looked better in that round. I did enjoy what we saw from Flint. They finally were playing together. They were able to play on defense. So granted, it is a little bit more of an advantage, right, rather than going for attack.
Attackers need to locate
A, where it is so vertically challenging, and window play is very important. And I think Flint did a great job of denying that window play, or at least trying to keep their opponents off the windows for as long as possible. However, I think that was really a round built off of Kettering making a ton of mistakes. You had those two players walking on top of each other through piano. They also misdroned the floor holes that the Solus was holding, which led to a lot of HP taken off the gridlock rather early. So just a few mistakes like that all of a sudden boiled over into Kettering actually not being able to win the round. They also didn't wait in time for the sledge, I believe it was, to get onto the cocktail window to actually deny the Wamai peeking from freezer. So like I said, just timing, team play overall fell kind of out the window, and that could be a complacency issue here for Kettering going into the future, and hopefully they're able to remediate it and get themselves back on track.
Big word there for you, Mason. Remediate.
That is like 90% of my work, remediating. So we remediate risks as a cybersecurity professional, right? Our goal is to remediate risks. So I actually use that word quite a lot.
Look at everyone from Kettering.
Not that special.
Look at them.
I wish I was smart like that.
Sorry, I'm really giggled by the five rappelling up to the rooftop at the time. Literally everyone is on the rappel up. It's just Cafe. It's one of the reasons why I've always said Cafe is my least favorite map. It's no longer my least favorite map. We have even worse maps in the pool now for R6, especially if you're a colorblind individual like myself and you're in an entirely tone gray granite building. And that is some of the other maps
I need to know a map that's worse.
Every map is worse now. Cafe is the best map in existence, Mason. What do you
I think Cafe is a great map.
I think it's actually gotten much better. But when you fall back to the same strategy, just having to go to the rooftop and work the way top down, it is a very poor existence for a lot of attacking and defending teams. And as a viewer, it's not always the best case scenario. But Kettering make quick work of that second floor. They say, hey, we send 5 up there. We don't need to have 5 people clear it. We just need 2 people clearing it. Let's get 3 players working from tertiary sides to work down to the first, and then, to the second, and then we'll work down to the first after the fact and work in stages or ladders.
Well, after the round has gone by and Kettering understand that they have gotten complete top floor control, it'll rely on the horizontal extension here from Michigan Flint with the Warden holding inside of VIP, trying to deny this freezer hatch drop. That is the key of the round. But if you swing out wide onto the player on brown stairs and have no idea he's there, then you lose your life and you lose the most crucial position for your team on this defense. And now you lose a yokai drone. And now you're basically out of position, and if Kettering raid into this correctly, they could literally drop the hatch and be in sight and plant. Because of that one death. That one death could cost Michigan Flint the entire round. It really should. But Kettering are still taking their time. They're still doing their due diligence and doing the rest of the vertical. They're going to drone the rest of the site probably, make sure that they're good to go for this plant. They just can't wait for too long, because if left click has any more yokai drones, then it could spell disaster if that late round denial hits just in time.
And they're taking into the final few moments here. 30 seconds are remaining, and starting to run into troubles getting inside the doors. Derp goes down. It's Saito who manages to find up that kill. You and Flint are doing a great job of gatekeeping Kettering from any potential push here. That will go down over towards Closet. Not really sure what they can do from Coach Check. Matt Mac swings in from that freezer side. A Mossberg in hand will decimate the player of Prismo. And Saito will try to move in from that angle, but there's just not very much time remaining. They have to go for the plant here. Rida has to start going for a swing. The impact around the corner isn't enough. The plant will go down, and Matt Mac will fall to it. But Bombkey now left in a 1v2. A DB of Saito means it's just the 1v1. The swing is not there, and Rida somehow overcomes the 1v1 obstacle of playing against a very dangerous individual of Bombkey. But Bombkey can't aim that close. Apparently only able to fire if it's in through a construction window on Clubhouse. Another round now falls to the defense of Flint. 2 in a row now for them.
I'll say, Michigan Flint looking pretty decent. I think that they finally are getting comfortable And I will attribute yet another round to big mistakes by Kettering. There were mistakes made by Michigan Flint, but there were even more mistakes made by Kettering. The fact that they sent a whole player over to Bakery to just run in and try to be a distraction, that didn't really work out. Ended up dying. If you have that extra player vertical maybe to hold off some of those cuts because you have so much control, then keep them up there. You don't need that Bakery root pressure. All you need to do is go for that main take, and you're fine. But instead, they decided to send that flank-wise pressure. They decided to have the Jackal walk down red stairs and take a contested fight with the player inside a coat. Just stay upstairs. Hold vertical on that guy. He can't leave coat if you hold vertical properly, right? If he either leaves coat or you hear him hop into reception, and then you can hold the double door from above on vertical as well, right? There's just huge mistakes coming out of Kettering. I think they're overcomplicating, honestly, and I think that they're just trying to run at Michigan Flint because of how map number 1 went, and they feel comfortable. And Michigan Flint are actually here this time around. It feels like they're actually in the game. They're actually in the lobby, and this is what I wanted to see from them. I know that they're capable of being good like this, and unfortunately, only 2 players are actually on the board showing that they can get kills for Flint. I promise you, the rest of these guys can shoot as well. But point being said, is that Michigan Flint are actually here and playing and testing, unlike on map number 1, and that's why you see Kettering all of a sudden starting to struggle a little.
Ryda's doing their best Chuck impersonation on the defense here. Different role, obviously, but now 5-0. I mean, we got to what, 8-0, 9-0 for Chuck previously in that one. I honestly stopped checking after the 8-0 stat line, but they're doing an exceptional job. And the fact that they've won with only 2 players getting kills, which is another insane statistic, might I add, here for Flint, is just crazy to see. But they have to make some adjustments if you're Kettering. It's not working just running in. You need to be a little bit smarter. And even when you're running in, you're being gatekept effectively by Flint, which if you're just running in and then you meet pressure immediately, that should be able to tell you right then and there, Mason, hey, okay, Flint are here. They're involved in this defense. Not just to keep up with that strategy and do the motions, but not actually have the oomph behind that activity. Kettering need to be a little bit more smart about it, and they're doing so well here. Watching out for the floor holes, that is an issue. They have reached in fairly well. There goes the Ram, just clearing out some space, being a great distraction, and Prismo uses that as an opportunity to strike down Saito, but goes down in the process. Thankfully, I don't think they'll be troubled by getting picked back up, as they are in a safe area back towards Freezer, but the player still inside of Cocktail, lying down prone and being spotted, almost got the kill back. But Derp overcomes those odds and gets themselves the second kill needed for this round.
The Warden stuck himself into a spot he wasn't able to leave, and unfortunately, Ryda ended up leaving rather than helping and try to at least get a trade, maybe even then dropping down the Cocktail hatch. Instead, they decided to go over to the white stairs, and they do find 1 pick after a slow drone ends up costing the life of the ace of Matt Max. You won't have the luxury of the hard bridging utility to open up the pillar wall and try to go for a plant on that side. Instead, you're going to have to force your way in through that reading door and go behind the default plant on the case. I imagine that's the play that's going to happen here from Kettering, but of course, there's still 30 seconds to actually wait it out. Zat has 6 goo mines in his pocket. What has he been doing all around? I mean, if you stack these goo mines with how slow Kettering has been on those main door walk-ins, then you can slow down your opponent. Instead, he ends up dying, and now Kettering all of a sudden have the man advantage, but it's given right back as left click gets themselves on the board, and now can continue to deny this default plant with the gas grenades, but it's landing too shallow of the mark. Chuck is in with the coverage for Prismo, who gets the bomb down, and now it's the retake. Ryda has been an absolute savior and saint for Michigan Flint. Can he continue to do so? Prismo and Ryda will dance around the pillar, but Ryda finds 1 and the second. Call him a saint. He's got 8 kills, no deaths. Left click will steal the defuse from his teammate. I'd put him down if I was Ryda. But what a hell of a round and a flawless starting rotation here for Michigan Flint.
Hey, no, he is Chuck. He is him. It took Chuck 4 rounds to get that 8-0 stat line. And now Ryda has done it in 3.
He's not Chuck. He's Ryda.
He's Ryda. No more comparisons. You cannot compare to what we've seen here. Flint, despite the 7-0 against them in our first map, are now up 3-0 on their opposition's map pick on the defense of Cafe, which isn't the most shocking thing. But Cafe has been pretty attacker favored in the collegiate scene for a lot of teams in the NECC, and seeing it turn the total opposite for Kettering, who know this map, have always looked good on this map, and from what I remember, are exceptionally talented at attack, though we obviously didn't get to see too much of it I didn't see too much of it last semester and saw quite a bit of it the semester prior. Where is that prowess? It's hard to say, but UM Flint are capitalizing perfectly. And though it's by the skin of their teeth in all 3 of these rounds, they're winning them. And that's the stat line that matters.
So far, so good.
Attackers are
I mean,
heading
there's,
out to the
there's really not much you can say. I mean, Michigan Flint looks solid, and Kettering all of a sudden look like Michigan Flint did on map 1, where they're just falling apart. The timing isn't there. They can't get kills. They're trying to do too many different things at once. Like, why is there a guy over in train trying to walk into the bomb site when your clear execution is going in through the hell door or through the pillar door? Why? Why is that guy over there? Like, that is absolute nothing burger of a take. Like, he does nothing for his team. He's just not useful at all. And he ends up dying. Like, why? Why are you over there? Help your team. Help your team contribute to the push, and you can be successful. But if you don't help your team on the push, then why are you even in the lobby at that point? Mistakes. Too many mistakes from Kettering. It's like a complete 180. The script has been flipped. We might be seeing a 7-0, 7-0. That would be insane, by the way. So
Again,
7-0s
I
on
don't even think...
opponent's map picks. That's literally
Well,
like,
how do you
that's
follow up
something
that with a
I've
third
never-
map? You have to go to OT on a third
you
map,
have
right?
like an 8-7, yeah. You get, like,
Yeah, you have to go to OT on the third map. That happens.
Each team, one team wins around, the other team wins around, one team wins around the other team, and it's like back and forth the whole time. That'd be the only answer. That'd be the only answer. But
I love Chalet. Chalet is my favorite map in all of R6. Which is also weird because it's all the same color. It's all white because of snow. But at least I can see white. That's not why I love it.
Head outside there, though.
That is true, but I never spawn fades, so I'm not concerned. But if you're going to a third map, don't let it be like this, Kettering. Put some rounds on the board. Come on, show that you can do it. And they've gotten first blood again, something that has not been necessarily foreign to them, but what has been success past that point. Sido goes down, bomb key as well after that fact. Good damage dealt by left click, but a lot returned back as well. And it's not them who goes down or the player in Kettering who dealt the damage. It's Matt Mac instead, off towards Zat. And a man advantage regained for Kettering entering the final 60 seconds of this round.
Kettering has been doing good about getting the man advantages. The issue is their late round just stalls so hard because they kind of just sit and do nothing. I'd like to see him be more productive and be more forward pushing this round. Push off of that nade. Don't just throw it for no reason. They actually do. They get into the site. They begin to get the flank down, but she left me. Finally on the board for the first time in this series with a huge kill. Matt gets dusted as well, but Derp walked up the White Hall and now has control of Cocktail effectively. Where is the Fenrir? Where is the Warden? They're both downstairs. They're both sprinting up White. Derp has the coverage. He knows, but she left me. Finally making the impact we expected from Michigan Flint this game. Chuck will hold the position, but the Warden rather has Z-pings and perfect information on the floor as Chuck begins to go for that plant. It could be a huge take here by She Left Me. They'll hop through into bathroom. No, they actually sit. The wallbang from the floor is not in time. He has to stick the diffuser now. There's no time left. She Left Me cleans it up. And all of a sudden, it's a 4-0. They just keep clutching. Kettering can't close out a round.
Stick the first plants! How difficult of an idea is that? Yeah, why? If you know you're going to have to stick that plant in the first place, stick the first one. If it was going to happen anyways, commit to it. You know time is on their side. Pros don't fake. I'm sorry to break it to you. Stick that down. It's been a saying for 15 years in esports for a reason. Dedicate yourself to it. Kettering, timeout called. A much needed one here, Mason, as they are struggling to find any sort of saving grace. And statistically, when you look at the scoreboard, it doesn't seem like they're a team that's losing 4-0, because every single round has ended with a plant or on the basis of getting the plant down in a 1v1 or a 1v2 or a 2v2. The very final moments of these rounds. This is Cafe at its finest, and somehow still a team is winning 4-0.
Well, we've had 3 clutches in a row. 2 from Ryda, and 1 from She Left Me. And, like, I guess Ryda wasn't technically a clutch, right? Like, they did have another teammate with him. But I would argue that the other teammate really didn't do much. So Ryda kind of clutched out that round, Michigan Flint, right? But then She Left Me literally has had no kills throughout the entire series. Map 1, they were like 0-10. Like, horrible map. Which, by the way, She Left Me, I casted them a couple times last last semester, rather, in NECC. And it's a pretty good shooter.
Attackers need
Kind of one of the carries from Michigan Flint. So it was pretty shocking to see that kind of rough performance. But now that they've shaken off maybe some of the dust, maybe some of the nerves, all of a sudden Michigan Flint, the train is moving, the train is rolling, and Kettering just look abysmal. It's so funny. It's like on map 1, I was completely destroying and tearing up Michigan Flint because they looked horrible, and now I'm doing the same to Kettering because they look terrible. They can't close out a round for their life. They literally win the opening round, right? They usually get the opening pick. They've got the opening pick in 4 rounds. Guess how many rounds we played? 4. They get the mid-round win, because I track how many times a team has that advantage, I would argue, for in the middle of the game, right? Typically, they've got a 4-on-3 or a 3-on-2. Some sort of advantage, right? Or maybe they've just got a map and advantageous advantage, which should lead to a round win. But they just cannot find the last player on Michigan Flint, or whatever it is, or the last 2 players. They just don't have the information, they don't have the coordination, maybe the positioning. Something is off for Kettering. And if there was one nitro cell that could be thrown up onto this spot, that would be amazing. Because if we saw a 5-man C4 and 5 people of Kettering repelling the same spot...
We had that 6 semesters ago, the NECC.
Well,
5 semesters ago, something like that.
That's a long
My
time.
first or second semester here. For
Another
NECC.
issue I gotta point out is the fact that Kettering just don't like change their spawn cell. Like, why is no one spawning Park to shoot the default cam over there? Now you know where the take is coming from if you're Michigan Flint. Oh, there's no one over here, and there's no one on the cocktail repel. I could just go rat and cocktail for a while or whatever, or I could go wherever else and sit there. Michigan Flint, of course, they're playing to their strat. They're not doing that. They're not worried about that. But these are things that Kettering just aren't doing, and I don't know why, because they're a smarter team than how they're so far showing up.
Yeah, this is not the Kettering we anticipated stepping into this map. But if you're another team watching this and voting for a potential game later with Kettering, please sow that nitro cell. You've now seen it every single time you've seen the objective in play. You now know they go to the top floor exactly from there, and it is all 5 doing so.
As long as
throw
they're,
the nitro
not
cell.
able to shoot the C4.
I am desperately asking for a team to punish Kettering for doing so. That's the number one thing I hate about Cafe is teams that just go straight to the rooftop, and that's the only strategy that they have for any port of entry, and it's just blaringly in your face. Just it's right there. If it was the sun, I'd be glaring off Clemson's forehead. And if it's a strategy for Kettering, it's glaring off in our eyes right now. Because it's just too fun to catch strays off on you. Kettering needs to be punished for that one. Like you said, they need to have a secondary spawn elsewhere to cut off default cams, to give something out, to maybe even have a player step over in towards Bakery, Bakery door, Bakery, small Bakery window.
Literally nothing there.
Anything.
Like these are the things, right? Like they're doing, I would say, I'm gonna say it in the nicest way possible. They are doing not very smart plays and not very smart things that Michigan Flint should technically be capitalizing on, but Michigan Flint are just playing so passive because of how slow Kettering are on their attack that they can just sit there and basically wait for nothing. Chuck taking a good bit of damage outside of Booth, trying to put this pressure onto the Warden, but she left me this time. Probably won't overswing their bounds and won't overswing either the Browns tiers or the Booth window. They're playing safe, they're playing with their life, and as time continues to trickle down, there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. Scott, where is Kettering? Where are they going to go for the site? I mean, this has been their issue every single time. They took a timeout for this, and they're still just as damn slow.
Time is ticking so darn fast, it seems like, in both these maps. And now Kettering are struggling to even get into the map to contend. 2 frags up for Flint. 5 seconds left. Nowhere near the objective is Kettering. As it's just Matt forced to pull out the goo mine out of their ankles. And even if they were capable of starting to plant down that diffuser, a yokai drone from above would have cut that down. Not even in the round, Kettering. You weren't even there. And to top it all up, you had just had a timeout to talk about it. 5-0 for Flint in the first half. Could be a 6-0, and it could just be a 7-0, because I do not think the mental is there for Kettering, who have only gotten worse, it seems, throughout these rounds. As that one is the first one we've seen that wasn't a clutch required or very close 1v1 or 2v1 at the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was just straight up abysmal. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat it or anything. That was just terrible. Like, they
gotta do better.
They had the entire top floor. By the way, they had just played that site, right? They've already played it once, so they knew that no one from Michigan Flint was roaming, right? Because they had already attacked it once, so they should have known that, okay, there's still probably no one roaming. We still drone, but maybe we could be a little bit more swift with our take, with our clear, right? Don't make the mistake of misdroning, obviously. But you might be able to ramp things up a little bit, right? You know everything's clear now. By the time of a minute, it should have taken, right? To clear all this because there's no one there. Like, I mean, no one from Flint is even up the stairs shooting drones right now. And then Kettering are just so abysmally slow at opening the floor. Michigan Flint, they know where to sit. Like, there's a lot of safe places you can sit outside of the site, which is what their strategy is designed to do. Sit as far out and force Kettering to go for an execute. Kettering waited until 15 seconds left when they could have done it at 45. They could have done it at a minute. They just chose to wait for no reason at all. And then the time all of a sudden pressured out. They try to scramble. They try to take 1v1s. And what have they not been excelling on at all on Cafe? 1v1 gunfights.
For a team that's been so darn good about fighting, and we had nothing but, you know, great things to say about it, it's been totally absent. It's just so strange to see that it's hard to not be a little negative about it. No matter how much we want to be positive about it, it's hard not to be a little bit negative. And Kettering have to make those adjustments. It's in their hands. It's in their hands.
They showed they can do it on Clubhouse. That's what the most frustrating thing is, right? They showed they could be a competent team on Clubhouse. They looked great. And in their first attacking round or two, they looked actually okay. But they just weren't playing the game the same way. They get another opening pick. Yet again, it is their 5th opening pick. But will they convert the round? That's been the win condition that they've just failed to get every single time. Iruni, Saito, really, really dangerous contesting that window. But still, no one's died, no one's been punished, so does it really matter?
There's the tertiary angle that's necessary from Kettering to deal with She Left Me. Still one more back there at Saito, who rips through their teammate at Prismo, but bomb key's at least good for the refrag. That's exactly what you're asking for, which has been a problem for Kettering.
Once, please. Oh.
He had a Gumine that saved the end of the last round, even though it was a 5v1 basically at the end. But he
6 last time
stopped
they
the
were on the
plant.
site.
Okay, yeah, that does feel like you have way too many Gumines in the pocket right now.
Yeah.
But Kettering are looking a lot better in this round. They refuse, it seems, up to this point, to go down with a 7-0 half, or 6-0 half, and in this 7-0. It won't stop things from getting worse before they tend to get better. 2 bloods go in favor of Flint, putting Kettering now in an even position. Keep swinging the same hole, derp. You gotta watch the lesion first and foremost as Zat tears you down to a sliver of HP and then makes their way away free of charge in the process.
No way. I mean, there's no world that the lesion gets away with that. Number one, Derp should probably be dead. Zat just not control the T5 for the life of him. But it doesn't matter. Left click, yeah, there's no gas grenades in their pocket, but they can just play with the M590 up and close, get aggressive and very personal. Derp is only 1 HP, so if that guy's covering, then he dies. Matt's going to have to get off the diffuser and try to clutch up in some way or another. If their goo mines are out in the right place as well, Derp also dies to just a goo mine. So this should be a winning round yet again for Michigan Flint, just based on these positions. There's only 10 seconds left. Matt Mack tries to walk in, but instead he averts. He goes to the spot that they have no coverage for. Left click gets the freest kill of their career because Derp decided to not flashbang for his teammate at all. And somehow Michigan Flint win another clutch scenario, a 2 versus 4. Kettering just can't close a round for their life. Like, what are we seeing, Scott?
It is. We do a round of silence for the Kettering we've lost in map 1.
It was a 7-0 map 1, and now it's a 6-0 map 2 the other way around. This is unreal.
All the jokes we made about it being a 7-0 have now come back to bite us.
All of a sudden, it's actually going to be a
Karma is real, and Kettering, I am sorry. I didn't knock on wood. I just didn't think about it. I stand when I work. I just didn't think about the desk in front of me. I should have knocked on wood every time I made the joke. I did this to you. You can take the blame all on me.
No.
But a moment of silence for the Kettering we lost in map 1 that did not make the flight over here to Russia for map 2 on Cafe Dostoyevsky. Where have they gone? It's hard to say, but they're not here. And they gotta hope that they at least make it in, and for the second flight, that is halftime because they were not involved in the first. My goodness, Flint are a completely new, rejuvenated team, and they look exactly how we would have expected them to look, Mason, in that first game. But it's just so strange to see it be so one-sided on both maps, and not the way you'd expect it.
The horns.
Was that
the sounding of the horns. It was terrible. Listen, it wasn't meant to be good. Like Kettering's attacks. Oh, sorry. Yikes. I'm sorry.
Ouch.
That was rough. That was out of left field. It was unwarranted and undeserved. Kind of warranted kind of decision. I mean, they showed they have the capability. which is like the most frustrating thing.
They looked
showed on
great in
Clubhouse
3 out of
that they
3
were
out of 6
very
of those rounds.
competent. And then yeah, even then, like on the attacks, they literally had the opening advantage in 4 of the rounds. They just couldn't close for their life. They just kept
put it like
bubbling the
this.
bag. Like
I'll put it like this. On the first map, Flint, on their side, you know, when they're getting sloshed 6-0, they had maybe one single round worth of good attacking pressure. One single round. If you added up all of the good points in all 6 of those rounds they had one good round. Kettering had 3.5 in this first half. 3.5 good attacking rounds. But Flint secured the bag where necessary. And that's where Kettering were struggling. So yes, Kettering looked better than Flint did on that first map, but the score line is still reflective of a Flint dominant performance, and Kettering let it happen in the end because they couldn't get that clutch bone. They couldn't find the success that was needed, and now they're going to have to make a huge recovery in the second half, Mason. That seems almost impossible, and a lot of teams would just straight up say, okay, GG, let's go next. At least there's a third map, and I just don't think Kettering have that dog in them to give up like that. I think they're going to keep fighting, and they get first blood here, which is, you know, not forward of them, to be fair, but they get it here in the defense.
yeah, there's a part of me which was terrified of Michigan Flint's attacks on Clubhouse that makes me think that we could see a 6-0 comeback from Kettering and us into OT, especially if Left Foot just has no idea that there's floor holes. Like, just look at your feet, man. You walked through the wall and you saw them on the ground. That's free kills. It's easy pickings for Bobbicky. He also just killed your teammate through the same spot earlier on. Or maybe he had died on a window set. It doesn't matter. The fact that, like, you should just be aware that there's field holes, especially when your own team used those same holes against Kettering on your defense. And now She Left Me dies. Are we not going to see the infamous 7-0? 7-0? We're not going to see the 7-0, 7-0? Or are we going to get like a 7-0,
Unless something
7-1?
crazy happens with Ryder here, who has gone crazy
Kettering
this
have
game.
been absolutely terrible at closing out rounds. There's Zat finally getting on the board, so at least there's
Good
a
kill.
pick back in favor of these shooters. There's 20 seconds left. Ryda's barely even in the piano. There's still Goyo Vulcan canisters that are around. There's Thorns that are giving away Zat's position. Where is he going to go? He's going to try to walk up the white stairs, but he's too worried about shooting a beeper instead of clutching the round. Finds the headshot into the Goyo. It doesn't matter. He's got no time. He doesn't have the case. He doesn't have any information. It looked exactly as bad as their attacks did on map number 1, where they just had no bounds of what they were doing. They spent 2.5 minutes fumbling around with the guy downstairs in train. By the way, the site was bar cocktail.
Kettering have something to say about it, though. They get something out of this. Even if this ends for Flint and they get themselves a win here or there, which is statistically likely. Kettering get their map's choice selection, or side selection, I should say. They get their pick of it in the third map because they're going to have round differential. Winning a single round doesn't have to give you round differential because Flint didn't win a single round on the first map.
Oh my God.
Thank you, producer, for whispering that to me and not Mason, so I had a funny point to bring up. Kettering looking
hilarious.
much
I didn't
better
even think about
defensively. To be fair, Mason, we don't know how Kettering's attack is on maps because we only saw one attacking round and it was good, but it was against a demoralized
we
Flint.
saw how Kettering's attack was the entirety of this map.
Okay, yeah, what I'm saying prior to this map, Mason.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
We didn't know what Kettering's attack was going to be like. Now we do. We've seen it, and it's
abysmal.
Okay, it's all right.
Abysmal.
No, they had an okay performance in the first section.
If you
you're
get
being
the
way
opening,
too negative right now,
if you
Mason.
have the opening advantage, 4 of the 6 rounds you play in, and you don't win a single one, and this is I'm talking about not just opening kill. Advantage, like you had like at least a 4 versus 2 or a 4 versus 3. And you don't win a single one of those rounds, your attacks are terrible because you can't finish. If you can't finish rounds, you can't win them, your attacks are terrible. Doesn't matter. You might start it really good, but if you don't start them like you finish, then why does it matter how you start it? That's how I see it. It's harsh.
Well, not everyone has the same negative Nancy mindset as you,
I'm
Mason.
not negative Nancy.
right?
It's harsh, but it's expectations.
Negative Mason.
I have high expectations for a team like Kettering.
This is Moody Mason at his finest.
I am Moody. How'd you know?
Moody Mason at his finest.
How'd you know? You know me so well.
I don't know. I know you so well. That's what it comes down to. Kettering, though, yeah, you're right. When they're getting first blood so often, it should be better. And that was a great shot from She Left Me at that distance to deal with Chuck, who has had a really poor performance. 1-7. They were 8-0 at the start of the last map. Where has the Chuck we knew gone? Well, they switched sides. They're Ryda now. That's what it turned into, and that's kind of an issue in and of itself.
What if
Prismo
they
is upstairs
drove to
trying
the
to work
other
defensively.
university?
Yeah, they just
What if
walked
they
on
all
over.
were account sharing on each other's
It is
accounts?
5 minutes. It's a 5-minute drive, and that was what our break was. Derp with the first blood for Kettering. And that evens things back to a 4-on-4, but we're finally seeing you and Flint take full advantage of Bakery, which Kettering never did, which was ridiculous to see. They just put everyone up on the roof and worked top down, where they just got slaughtered as they attempted to step into this first floor.
Saito hops on into the booth window. Zat takes a very, very big amount of damage.
Twice
And
the
he gets the down to the static. And Derp gets that shot on the left click. Is there anyone there that can recover the grip of Zat? Maybe, but the Yang walks right in front of the wide open wall. And now Saito's last alive. They're in VIP. They have no idea where their opponents are. Prisma walks down the white stairs, collects the Freya's kill because there's a bulletproof camera in VIP pinging him. Oh my goodness. There's
You've
no way
just
we see a
learned,
reverse
Prismo.
7-0.
You've just learned what it means. If you don't have a sibling, you now know what it is to have a sibling for when they walk on the living room rug or carpet with socks on and just shh, and then poke you and get you dink. That's what it's like. That's what it feels like. It feels like every time it happens growing up, beep, get zapped like that. That's what it's like. And you shouldn't let it happen. You're supposed to run away a little bit. You're supposed to scream and run off towards, whoever's there to help you, big brother, big sister, whatever it may be, which should have been your teammates farther behind. Why are you trying to put more attempted breaches or anything next to a electrified wall? I'm not sure, but it's just giving Kettering an odds even further back into this one. They'll head now to their third objective of choice here on the defense, and we've seen a very successful first floor. We've seen a very successful third floor. This one goes back to the success stories we saw of the first and second round here of the second half, the floorboards. Do we see a full extension for Kettering up to the third floor? Oh, most definitely we will. But it's going to come off a majority-wise off in C2, off towards Cocktail, and they're going to be very careful about the windows, which is why they brought in that castle to at least slow down the attempt to clear those out and give them a chance to rotate elsewhere.
This could literally be the most defender-sided game I've ever watched.
Could be.
Like, there's only been one attacking round win thus far. We're in map 2 near the end of it.
And keep in mind, ever since I knocked on wood, Kettering is just right back into this.
And I get we're on, we're in this meta right now where it is heavily defender-sided. Everyone's seen the stats that has been keeping up with SI.
It's been bad.
Where it's like 65 to 35 or something absolutely abhorrent. But you should still at least win a round or 2 rounds by those statistics. And I'm not a math wizard. The math wizard's the producer.
Aren't you?
That guy's the math wizard. No, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm stupid, you know?
Yeah, I could tell.
I think
tell. I think I've lost brain cells hearing you say that.
That guy got a college education? That's insane. No
Yeah,
way.
I don't.
Who gave him that? Check his degree. Degree check. That's fraudulent.
Take that out. Take that back. Take that back. Someone please find withstanding funds that he did not pay, and so they revoke his scholarship, or they make him pay it all back or something. His degree, his diploma. My goodness. Round underway, though, 1 minute and 20 seconds has elapsed already, and shockingly enough, no first blood has been found, but Ryda is very, very close to being found out instead. A ram will be dropped in through the skylight, and the floorboards will not be surviving for too much longer. The resale value of this beautiful Russian villa will not be remaining past this due. It does seem like C2 has been cleared away, and Kettering are all but welcome to void the area once that utility has been sent. But the fear from Ryda is still there as they toss out the flashbangs and look to clear out the possibility alone of someone from Kettering still being there. They even have a player down on second floor watching the doorframe leading into library, but it will not matter. Bomb key from nowhere, able to secure not just one of Ryda, but 2 if she left me on top of it.
I feel like if you're going to challenge a warden, number one, you should know it's a warden and not try to throw flashbangs and hope that works. But also, I don't know, you have a Ying that could like put pressure on. You had a Flores that could have probably droned and at least either driven it and been a distraction for the shield or something. Just really poor team play. Michigan Flint, they're trying to just take ones. And what were they terrible at on their entire map 1 attack? Taking 1v1s. And now they're trying to take 1v1s. Bomb Key will go ahead and swing. Somehow Saito is able to get a pick on to Derp. They overexpose themselves somewhere on the map. Left click will open up the train hatch, but time continues to trickle down. It boils all the way down nearly to the 0 hour. Left click will just flash their way in. They try to make the entry, but a Gumine has lodged in their leg, and now Prismo can open up this wall and easily deny the plant going down behind the bomb chassis. One good placed impact or good bullets will deny the round. Bomb King and Chuck clean up the other couple picks, and Kettering continue on their defensive stride. It was around that Michigan Flake all of a sudden began to turn around like we've seen so many times on their defense here on Cafe, but Kettering just end up being better in the late round as time boils down. For whatever reason, as we get later in the round, the defending team is just way, way better than the attack.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, the game just feels like that, right? But it always feels like Collegiate tends to lag behind the rest of the world sometimes when it comes to the same statistics. That is not looking like the case here. Yes, I do.
It shows how slow these two teams are on attack. And we had 7 rounds on map 1. We have 5 of them, and then every round so far here. So that's 14 rounds in 14 rounds of gameplay out of 16. We have had the timer be within the last 0 to 30 seconds. And for the most part, it's really been like the 0 to 20 seconds. Like, these two teams are playing super, super hard 20-second meta, even though they don't have to.
And I hate the 20-second meta. Because it's stressful. It's stressful to me as a
It
viewer.
is. It
as
is
a
stressful.
play-by-play,
Like,
you'd
as
think
a
I'd
fan.
love the final 20
Right?
seconds.
Because it's just everything
it's
is
the stress,
pandemonium.
because
Yeah.
how many times now have we seen the attack fail in the final 20 seconds? Way more than we've seen them succeed. There needs to be more dirty work. And by dirty, I mean spill some blood, for goodness sake. Get some kills, find success, clear some angles, work some floorboards. We're seeing that. We're just not seeing anything past it. And it's just exhausting as a player. And it's exhausting as a caster. It's got to be even more exhausting as a player to constantly be working so darn long. 3+ minutes, because you have that prep phase as well in clearing out the drone work and setting up defensively. You got to go the whole time, the whole game. And if it goes to OT, you're literally using every single second that was possible in this game.
When the Goyo and Castle and Aruni and Thorn are all very helpful at stalling your opponent's push. The only thing that you could argue would be better would be like the zombie, maybe. That might even slow your opponents even more. But Kettering hasn't even needed to really bring the zombie that much because Flint have been so slow. And so they don't have to worry about changing their lineup. If they just bring a Goyo, they're already wasting over a minute of time. So in reality, they're pretty comfortable. And I would be too if I was Kettering. You just have to stay alive, play your game, and basically wait out Michigan Flint every single round, just like they did back on Clubhouse.
Nades will go out. Just a way to burn something away. Prismo will survive it, though. Though a lot of damage was dealt in the process. About 60 HP off the top. Not too big of a deal. What you're really hoping for when you toss that in that direction. Try to zone and ward them off. Thank you, Ubisoft. Bomb Key will watch the floorboards from below. The same exact angle we saw them dominate just 2 rounds prior, 3 rounds prior. This time around, it will not be allowed to go off like they had previously. They will fall, and Flint will start to aggress very swiftly to try to enact and work on some of the pressure they've now created for themselves. A wide swing maybe in from Freezer. Too many players are back there, in my opinion, and it's really getting punished in the process. There goes Derp and Chuck. Left click and Sido. They're the players to find it. Just Matt Mac and Prismo. Is it a GG no re? It looks like it will be, as Matt Mac's the only one left needing to get an ace, and it will be nowhere near to happening. That's the map. Map 3 coming up next. Mason, who would have ever guessed that this would be happening?
Oh, I just wouldn't have guessed it to be so late. I thought we were going to see 7-0, 7-0, and now we might just see the most insane and chaotic map 3 of Chalet of all time between these two teams. It's been a rather swift map 1 and 2, Scott, but overall, Michigan Flint getting themselves that man advantage, getting up to that 6-0 lead. All you had to do was win one round, get mistakes to happen on the Kettering side, which is exactly what you saw. And finally, they were able to come clean on an attacking round. The second attacking round win, by the way, in this entire series. Absolutely insane to be saying that. And I hope we see a lot more attacking wins on Chalet, which does favor the attack, by the way. We'll go to a break. We'll find out if these teams can win a couple more attacking rounds in just a few minutes.
I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves so fat that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves so fat fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could have been mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I don't think you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. I'm not going to make a Minecraft reference this time around. It was a speed run for sure, but not as fast as it necessarily could have been. Who would have guessed map 3 was on the chopping block after our map 1 results? 7073. Now it's Chalet, and we're here to ski.
Flint's in second place. Michigan Flint, that is, for the Minecraft speedrun of obtaining a piece of Flint faster than the other team of Kettering University. Unless, for some reason, Kettering University has driven over to University of Michigan Flint to play on their PCs, and now they are driving back, right? What if they're doing a little swippy swap? That would be crazy.
They are 5 minutes away from each other. That would
like,
be...
It is
there is
absolutely
what was it?
possible.
I think it was...
It would make zero sense and be, like, absolutely no reason at all. But that'd be the craziest thing ever.
I think it was Overwatch, or maybe it was Rocket League for the NECC. Like, the universities were like an hour from each other, so they just said, screw it, let's drive over to each other. And they hosted a LAN event for like their finals game. It was like their semifinals game in playoffs, and they did that. This is just a a normal season game, but if you're 5 minutes apart, just go to each other's houses. Like, you're 5 minutes away. What is that going to do for you? Have the experience of that. It's got to be fun, at least in some count, but my goodness, this has been a show, to say the very least at this point, Mason. And now jumping over to Chalet, where maybe we'll finally get to see attackers actually play exceptionally well, because like you said, this is still statistically an attacker-sided map for the most part. I mean, defenders still have pretty darn good, and by the time that I stopped doing R6, majority-wise for Valorant, it was about 51% attack to 49% defense. But it still is a really good map for attackers, considering the many weaknesses these objectives have, especially when you're talking about the second floor up inside master bedroom and office.
Yeah, attack should be pretty good here. I mean, in reality, the amount of window play that you can have, the cutoffs, and yeah, sure, nades are kind of crappy, and that makes this map a little bit harder on the attack. Whatever. This map is still very, very easy to attack on. If you know what you're doing, if you know what to look for when you're looking for gaps, and if your opponents aren't setting up their defenses properly enough to be able to stalwart you out, which these two teams have been very good at stalling each other out. So that's the biggest concern to look for, is making sure these teams are playing those cutoff angles, getting on window repels, forcing their opponents back and trying to get a couple picks that way, but also still not wasting too much time jiggling around with that stuff, right? And just going for the site, getting that bomb down as fast as possible, because if you wait too long, C4s, oil canisters, gas grenades. If I was either of these two teams, that is all I would run on defense. I would literally run Goyo, I would run smoke, and I would run like 2 C4s and just completely stalwart time and just try to waste as much time as possible.
Well, you had about 50-50 there, Dan, aka our producer. It was Chalet in the background there for all of that, and behind us. It was the right map. It was correct. This one, though, not so much. I don't actually think he has a replay like this of the interior for Chalet.
Random. Yeah.
I think it's random.
Really? I think I think there's like I think it's just a feed. I think it's just.
I'm just gonna say hashtag blame Dan. I'm just gonna say hashtag blame Dan. That's what I'm going with.
Poor Dan's getting blamed for that.
I always blame Dan. You know, it's
random.
always always no. Always blame the producer, because casters are never at fault, guys. Never.
That is true. Even when the lobby is,
we would never be wrong.
Even when like we're ready to start the game, the producer usually isn't.
That's so true. So true. Always blame prod, unless the prod is a really cool guy. So in this case, we're blaming prod. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Dan sucks. I hate that guy. I hate that guy a lot. So
he said he didn't listen to us during the break, so, I'm just getting a little petty revenge for him.
What?
Huh?
What does Twitch do
when Flores exists?
Flores and Ying, like both
I've not been seeing Ying. We didn't see Ying get banned last week either.
On these maps?
We didn't see Ying get banned at all last week in this map.
Flores and Ying are just so good on this map.
Oh yes,
and the fact
they
that
should be the go-to bans.
Yes, Dokkaebi is a good ban. I think that Dokkaebi is always a good ban, and forever is a good ban, because she's just so strong, and Ubisoft still will not nerf her, no matter what we ask for. No
what
matter
could
how
you do
much
to
they
nerf
see
her?
that she's strong. I don't know.
Change her gun. That would basically
give her
be
all
it.
These buffs that she had. Take away flashbangs for sure. Take away EMPs probably. Like you just have to make her like kind of doo-doo, like
just
as a support player, because her gun's so good, and the SMG-12 is very good, and like she has.
Defenders,
Might have
protect
gone
your
6.
bombs
I think
from
there was a
being
point where
defused
she had
by
gone 6.
attackers.
Maybe she doesn't anymore. Doesn't matter. She still has 3 flashbangs or EMPs, which are really good. So, like, she's just so strong. So she's a good ban off this map. Osa, though, on the board. Osa is also fairly strong on Cafe. Excuse me. Chalet. I'm still running back to the last map because I thought it was going to be over quicker than it was. That makes no sense at all. Anyway, Osa fairly strong on this map, but usually more so for that dining push that we maybe University of Michigan Flint were expecting. Instead, they swap over now to the Jackal to go for this effective roam clear. I don't know if Jackal is the best operator to try to clear off mezzanine, but I do like the Grim pick. I think Grim is an excellent operator for going for this clear because you can sit either on that main snow balcony and shoot Grims through that top mezzanine window, or you could do it from slant window, or you could do it from library window and force that player out. And basically give your team that's entering library free information on that guy.
Heck, you could do it through mezzanine, right? If you want to sit behind fireplace and launch them from there, if you can get your team to breach open that office wall on mezzanine. Anything to try and close out the theoretical position of Chuck here inside of office, because you need to get over towards that short wall. And while it isn't always the best planting spot, it's the default planting spot for most teams. And you have to be very concerned about both inside dining and kitchen for, you know, the verticality that could be used against you should the defense rotate that way, or, you know, anything there in between. It's a very solid wall and a game that specializes in soft walls that quite literally can be shot through at any point, and your life will not matter whatsoever past that. First Blood, though, does not go to Kettering. They don't get the same potential start as they had on our previous map, where they won the majority of all First Bloods. It goes completely awry. Bomb key on the Aruni, no Mark 14 available for you. You better hope that they punched out as many of the walls as was necessary in the prep phase, because you no longer have that cyborg arm to do so. And Flint, or even despite the fact they get that First Blood Mason, are holding back and still really just working slowly to pincer in and suffocate the defense of Kettering. And I don't think they're doing really any suffocating just yet. It doesn't really feel like they're applying that much pressure here.
Why is the ace playing entry here?
I do not know
why the ace is taking all this space. I mean, you have Jackal literally alive that could be taking some of the space. You have Grim, who like is not as important for any sort of execute or anything that can be taken space. You have Buck! Again, also not super useful, or that could be taking this space. And even Brava, after she's hacked hands, really just becomes a straight up gunner. But unfortunately, not able to get rid of the electric claw as easily as they wanted to. So we'll use the Jackal down below, get the electric claw there, get that main wall open nice and easy, and begin to work on their final execute. They do still have to deal with Derp though on this half wall position. This is going to be the tricky tide here for Michigan Flint on their attack. One nasty nitro cell where a good shot play here by Derp could spell disaster. Zat just has to prioritize this player and does a perfect job. Great information. This is what Michigan Flint can be good at on their attack. They just sometimes choose not to. This time around, they fare better. And with 30 seconds left, they've got an easy 5-on-3 advantage with sight wide open for this plant potential.
There it is. Left click, going for it.
Library.
There's no denial for this so far. It's up on the wall. There's nothing they can do, and Amac wasn't able to stop anything either. Great shots connecting for Chuck. Not enough to get and secure the kill. Left click would be DB&O, having to be finished off instead by Prismo. The floorboards from below now being utilized effectively on the attack in this post plan. You've now switched the game on its head. What was once the defense is now on the assault.
Oops. And
Chuck getting dropped down to the first floor could use a great way to deal with the players lagging behind over here inside of Fireplace Hall, but they're not able to find anything. Flanked instead from over in Hall, and now you've got no time, no chance, and limited success for yourself here, Kettering, whatsoever in the totality of this round on your first round of defense. It will fall in favor of Flint, a team in a set of teams that have struggled to find wins in attack. They've done it here first on Chalet.
What if we see a 6-0-6-0 attacking side?
I would lose my mind. I would lose my mind.
Wild, most
please knock on wood.
Rainbow Six Siege ever.
Please knock on wood.
I knocked on wood. I don't know if you heard it or not, but I did knock on the wood. Wood has been knocked, sir.
Attackers need to
Anyway, if any of you did hear that knock and you looked at your door, sorry. It's like when someone plays like the Discord knocking sound.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, like the worst thing ever, because it always
horrifying. Because I have a window like directly next to me, and it sounds like my window's getting knocked down because it's like hollow. It's like a hollow knock.
It's actually me. It's actually me.
It's horrifying.
Knocking on your window.
It's genuinely scary.
I am the one who knocks.
Yes. Thank you. I mean, you are balding, like Heisenberg. It's close.
This guy.
Well, so you just go full in. You don't even have to commit that much for Halloween.
5 seconds remaining.
That is weird. We do not practice toxic masculinity.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Right?
Oh, I don't practice.
You perform. Very different. Very, very different.
Just against you, Mason. I joke with my friend.
Alright.
Love you too, Mason. You know what I don't love, though? Seeing a defending team try to spawn peek and lose the very first blood because of it. Thankfully, Kettering didn't have to worry about that this round. They maybe got a little bit too hasty the round prior. It wasn't a spawn peek that did it, but it was the person kind of rotating back from an initial peek. That was the ultimate undoing. They still have plenty of chances to screw that up if Bombkey tries to re-swing and aggress a little bit too soon and gets caught off guard from a long angle being held or maybe even from somebody working up down in basement in Snowmobile. We do see the buck down there. And a great clearance from Flint to try to give them a foothold in this map to work in from. Kettering will just have to kind of give them that space. They have to respect the ideals that Flint are working with, because otherwise they're going to forfeit a player again early, and they do not want to do so and repeat the mistakes of last round.
Like, what is that drone doing? That drone went all the way up blue, and then there's no one actually following it. So why does it even matter? Like, that is just a waste of a drone. It's a waste of information. It's poor team play overall for Michigan Flint. They're not droning for each other. The ace is entry yet again. Like, use an ace Soma on this top library wall. There's nothing stopping you from doing it, but you get a freebie anyway. What is Bombkey doing? Why is he just walking in a library all alone? You're praying that the Echo Drone is going to be good enough information? Hey, guess what? It's not! And Left Click gets the freest kill of his life.
Oh, Left Click maybe down to 50 HP, but who cares? You got a whole nother sect of the players that can really deal with the onslaught coming your way. They will be DB&O'd, shockingly enough, and it's not by Derp at the ACS-12. Instead, it's Ryda that they attacked. Left Click needing to be helped up after the fact. Gillespie will use the Inox scanner, hoping to find any remnants of information of these footsteps that have been left behind by Kettering's retreat back towards site before they bunkered up until. Left Click is still struggling to find any success here. And when you're treating your ace as an entry, it's hard to really warrant doing so when they still have the diffuser in their hands. But it won't stop Ryder from getting themselves another kill on top, looking a lot like they did on our first map, but our second map, but this time on the attack, they're 3-0. Yet to die. Plenty of kills to their name, and there could very well still be more, as this Grim is working very well for Flint.
They've got this half-wall position cleared out. No one sitting on it. There's no free kill to come of it. The issue is time is so against Michigan Flint right now. They've got to get in the site. The issue is yokai drones are available. There's a nitro cell that could sail deep from Derp or just his gun, which denies the entry of the ace. There's no time left. You have to get in the breach. They're fighting tooth and nail getting in. The buck is still downstairs in freaking Africa doing nothing for his team. And Michigan Flint lose the round on time. Kettering kill out, they frag out because Michigan Flint panic. They only had one avenue in. They didn't check for their crosses. They didn't use any utility at all. And they get absolutely blown to smithereens in the execution.
Yeah, why are you so far away from the rest of the team on the execution? Did you fall through a hatch like happened?
Playing for the post plant, but you can't play for the post plant if you don't plant the bomb.
Defenders,
Like,
protect your bombs from
all you have to do to play for that post plant, by the way, Scott, it's insane. Crazy thing. You jump over the mezzanine. You jump over the balcony that you're sitting right next to. And you're in main lobby right under the diffuser. But instead, Zat is just looking for nothing burgers downstairs, praying that his team is going to get the bomb down, which they waited so long after they took library because the ace got downed, and then the ace is trying to make the death sprint across and away from the Kaid. The issue is they had no util. They didn't bring any flashbangs or anything to try to stun anyone inside a piano, or at least swing piano while they go for that execute. They had a huge man advantage. They had like a 5-on-2.
5 seconds to insertion.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
This should be such an easy attack.
Attacker's objective
Just use your utility and play the damn game. I'm getting frustrated, Scott. Because, like, they're doing the job they need to win the rounds, and then they just troll themselves out of it. I'm angry.
Calm down, Mason. It's gonna be okay. It's no longer do you need the flashbacks of having to play yourself. You've retired.
I need my old man medicine.
You've retired. You are an esports retirement age. It's over for you. These are the new young players stepping into the scene.
These young players make me lose more hair than I did when I was playing.
That's honestly shocking. That's
that's
honestly impressive. Honestly, they're doing you a favor. They're really helping you with your new Halloween outfit of Heisenberg.
Yeah,
they're trying to get you there.
Started early. I'll tell you what. I'm definitely getting started early.
Next round is underway. We do get to see a Chalet that is now split 50-50, 1-1 for either side. Something we have yet to see in the entirety of this series. It has either been a complete dominant first half, with an ending icing, cherry on top of the cake for Kettering and Mount 1, or a completely dominant first half with a couple Mars in the record and their opposing side, but still icing on the cake at the end of the day for UM Flint on Cafe. Now we're seeing a back and forth action. I can only hope that it continues. So we're here on Chalet as long as possible. Left click, down they go. Bomb key stays up. You called it. Yang Candela fell down hatch. Doesn't flash the player it's intended for. And UM Flint will give up first blood on your entry.
You brought a Capitão to clear the guy out of the corner doing what he's doing now. Why didn't you wait for you do that before you jumped in or just anything at all? Oh my god, it's so frustrating. It's like, oh, I'm just going to run in and try to kill this guy. Like, they're doing the right things. They understand the right things to do to be successful in the game. They're just not completing it. Now Prismo gets a kill. That stacks up another death against Michigan Flick. Thankfully, Sido is somewhere on the map able to finish off Bomb Key. That is from the basement main stairs, which they have opened up. And Sido reads into the swing from Derp. All of a sudden, this round looks more attainable. And she left me. Ends up getting a kill on the Maverick. An air jab goes deep, stopping anyone from getting back into the bar stock closet. Mac from inside the site, and then someone from the bottom of blue stairs. No, it's the Maverick. Sorry, actually taking that engagement. They lose it to She Left Me. Last member alive is Prismo on the upper side of the blue stairs. We'll take the swing. They got a free kill on the Maverick, and now they regain top floor control. They can see this player through the hatch. Sido has no idea what is happening. They're completely lost this. And Ryder jumps into a frost mat. No. No, Scott! No, you can't. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. They literally won the round, and then the guy jumps into a frost mat. No way! Oh man! Like what? I can't. I can't. My brain hurts too much.
I gotta just stop letting you go on tangents. I think I gotta save your mental somehow and like save you from this.
It's just like
because you are slowly losing it.
They literally win the round, and then they just like forget how to play the game. And it's both teams too. It's not just Flint. Because when Kettering's on the attack, it's the same thing. And even on the defense, sometimes Kettering it's the same thing, where they just like start running around like headless chickens. I've aged at least 15 years in this match already. We've got so much more left Chalet to go. So much more.
I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this.
I hope you're enjoying my suffering.
10 seconds.
Chalet, always an enjoyable experience for me, no matter what happens on the map. And I think the craziest part is because I don't have that, I was a college pro mentality and have to see everything perfect. I think it's great. I love the idea of them running around with a headless chicken. It's hilarious. Now, it's wrong. There's no other way to put it.
But it is wrong.
There needs to be coordination. There needs to be an effort in the totalitarian idea that you have to succeed in this round. But it brings entertainment value that I'm very much so thankful for at this point. And at the end of the day, whoever wins, wins. And they're walking away with a 2-0 record, or the other one meets even at 1-1. They're going to have to deal with that fate and look back on this and hopefully VOD review where they can hear Mason losing his collective mind.
Like last round, okay? Listen, you got to hear me out. They brought a Capitão to burn the player out of dark spot in library. But the Ying decided, we brought a Capitão to deal with that guy, but I'm going to jump in and deal with that guy. And then I'm going to die trying to do that. And then I'm going to put my team at a disadvantage. And then my team's going to get the ban advantage back. And then we're going to get a 3v1. And then we're going to run to the site like a bunch of headless chickens. And then we're going to die because we gave 3 1v1s to the guy. One of them being to a frostback that we lost a 1v1. So, like, it just makes no sense. Like, they're skipping steps. They have the answers. They're just not employing them properly. Or people are trying to become the answer.
And sometimes you look ahead. Sometimes you look ahead on the cheat sheet, right? And
it's like
you just read too far.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to make a crazy analogy. You ever been building a Lego?
No.
And you accidentally turn 2 pages instead of 1.
Instead
you're
of 1,
like,
and now
what
you're
happened?
lost as to
That
what
is
piece
what's
is what.
happening. That
Yeah.
is what's happening. Because you're like,
It does
I
truly
never
feel.
built that. The instruction booklet never
It
told me
does
to.
truly feel like they're skipping steps. I don't think that's an incorrect assessment to make. And it happens in every esport, right? They're going through stages. There's a progression through a round. And it's especially so in round-based esports, especially ones like R6. It's so important with the tiny steps up leading up to that point with utility and positioning and holds and things like that you check off everything on those lists. You and Flint looked like they didn't even have a list on our first game of the day. Their list was bad. It was poorly performed. They really just seemed like they were going through the motions, and the result was indicative of that. Cafe turned into something new, and now we're seeing it from both sides, I would argue, now on Chalet, after we saw Kettering go through a lot of the problems in the later half of that first half. The latter half of that first half, I should say. Now we're seeing the same problem occur for both sides now on Chalet. Kettering, though, getting the brunt of that problem child right here in this round with 2 first bloods against them. Derp and Prisma off the board with no refrag and only 30 seconds left. They're falling into the final 20 seconds again. And they've got to defend a site that Flint are really, really getting kills into. This is going to be way too difficult for Matt Mock. He's on the first floor still, inside a kitchen dining, and Chuck, who's way out inside of astronomy. What are they going to do from way back there? It's Lara.
10 seconds to go.
Kanka finally forced to pull out the LMG. It's going to have to go absolutely nuclear, but he doesn't even get a shot off. She left me walking in the site through the fire of the flames, dust the life off the T'Chaka. There were plenty of members. There were 5 of them, in fact, from Michigan Flint to get the refrag. And all of a sudden, Scott, we have a map on our hands where a team has won more than 1 attacking round. And what did I say could happen?
Last map.
No.
Yes.
1 attacking
3 rounds
No.
were won.
No, only 1 attacking round was
Kettering.
won. No, they won defense. They
Yeah,
didn't
you're
win on
right.
attack. I'm so right.
It is like arguing.
Don't
with
you
I feel like
test
you're-
me!
you're
Stop
going to lose your
gaslighting
mind.
me! You're
You're
actually
going to lose your
gaslighting,
mind.
gatekeeping, and girl bossing me right now, and I don't like it. I'm not here for this. I will not stand for this. But I
First
did
you
say,
I'm invoking toxic masculinity with you. Now you're saying I'm girl bossing. This is a very eventful Chalet for you right now, Mason. The peak mind games you're having to play against an employee right now, just to try to attempt to describe what has been going on ahead of us, and it can only get worse. That's the
All
great
I'm
part. It
saying.
can only get worse because
I predict
it can get better, but
I predict because I did say map 1 and map 2. What if they're just absolute blowouts, which they kind of were, right?
no, you said 7
In their own so. And then I said 7-0s. They weren't quite that deep. Shut up, okay? I can get
Sorry.
most of the lottery
Go on.
numbers, but not fully win the lottery. You know what I mean? I can
Yeah.
still win good money, right?
Mhm.
Not all the lottery numbers, okay?
Mhm.
And then I said it was going to be back to back in the rounds, right? Like one team would win a round, and the other team would win one, the other one would win one, and right back and forth, back and forth. That's exactly what Chalet has been so far, and I imagine that's probably going to be the case for the rest of the match. Just say, I'm kind of smart.
kind of. You do have a degree.
I'm smart.
You do have a degree, but
I
so
don't-
do
I
I,
don't
and
know
I
if I
don't think
deserve
that makes
that.
me intelligent.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think that
was-
makes me intelligent.
I don't think that that's good enough reason.
You at least are using your degree. There's some that at least involved in that, but
Bro, sometimes they hand degrees out like McDonald's. I don't know.
don't bring up McDonald's fast food.
I don't know where that's supposed to go, but it does. You know?
There goes Mason, bringing food into it.
Oh no.
He's doing it though. It's thematic. It's thematic, right? He's so used to seeing kitchen and dining, and so he's really wanting to get involved in this. That's what it is. It's thematic to the map.
Kitchen dining lover.
Speaking of loving things, not really loving what Kettering are opting to do. So here, it doesn't feel like they're ever putting a truly impactful hold on this mezzanine. A lot of teams put so much importance on that mezzanine wall that's connecting inside here towards library where they want to watch
To
it.
get in the library?
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
that's the
this is
thing.
how
Kettering don't
slow
have
it
to
is.
hold it super hard because it takes Flint, you and Flint, a minute and a half
A
to
literal
even step
metric
into library in the
year.
first place.
Like, it's insane.
They've got to be faster about it, and Kettering, I think, still could be more involved in that defense. The player will come up in front of Bombkey's eyes, and unfortunately a little bit too slow on the trigger pull. Will lead still to a 5v5 as we close in the final 60 seconds.
Why is thermite entry? Like, he's your win condition. You have no other hard breach.
They made hard breach entry every single time, by the way.
It is a crazy, like, process that Michigan Flint are going through. Genuinely low-key troll a little bit, Scott. I ain't gonna lie. Genuinely a little bit trolling. but somehow they're just better. Bombkey walks through Piano, nearly losing their life, but Derp ends up getting the opener on to left click. There goes down the thermite, and now down goes She Left Me. The IQ also falls. The Jaeger gets a freebie on to the Buck of Zat because he just tries to walk in the kitchen with absolutely no information at all. It's Michigan Flint following the same troubles that they continue to do so, where they just walk with no information or trying to take ones, and they lose them. And now Ryda, last alive, 1 HP, eyes to Bombkey from Piano because they haven't cleared anything. They basically barely used util, and they got completely swarmed and flooded out by
Round 6, the last round now of this first half, and Kettering have already guaranteed an even half for them, now getting their third round win. And defensively, we've seen pretty darn good things from them. But Flint have also shown us pretty good things. The issue in their kryptonite seems to really be library. Whether or not it's the clearance when it's a bar gaming hold on defense where they can't get the player inside corner flushed out because they don't move the Capitao there in time, or it's just their inability to feel safe to step into library because they're lacking a dedicated true entry that should be willing to extend into that space to create that for the team. It's another problem that we've been seeing. We've been highlighting it so much. The time it's taking for Flint to get any control of space, to get any sort of momentum going for them. And I can't help but feel like it's connected in some by part, Mason. You can feel free to correct me on that. It's connected to what they're truly working with in the majority of these rounds. They are switching back to that Ying, but how much do you want to bet that Ying's going to be holding the diffuser again? Oh, no, wait, that's on an Ash. Maybe?
I really don't
Ryda has it! Let's go!
Okay, but is Ryda gonna flame the guy out, or is his
That's
teammate
another
just gonna
problem,
jump
yes.
into the window?
And they have a dock, so it actually doesn't even matter if they flame them out because Prismo could just sit in no man's land between.
Yeah, and then
and just stim.
knowing how Flint have been the entire game, they'll be like, oh, we fired that twice, so that guy is not.
He's not there anymore.
He's not there
He
anymore,
won't
so
be
we're
there
gonna hop in the
anymore.
window with Ying again and then die. Watch
Well,
it.
that's called being outplayed. Outplayed, you know? They didn't anticipate the dock. And the fire noise blocks the noise of your, dock stim going into the arm of yourself. Maybe they just won't notice at that point.
I don't even know anymore, Scott. I've lost it all. Everything's out the door.
Well, you still got
out the
another
window.
half to go through on this, all right? So you got to
That's
collect
okay.
yourself a little bit.
Collecting. You know what I'm collecting?
No.
I'm trying to collect.
Collecting your hair off your desk as it's been falling out over and over again.
Yeah, trying to recover it.
like those old films where it's like the crazy villain grabbing the gold coins and letting them fall through his fingertips. No, no. My plan.
I'm trying to grab Derp out of the depths of hell that he just fell into after dying so early on.
This is a really bad problem for Kettering as well. They get first bloods, but they give up really, really silly ones. Where the player's just out of position. It's an angle that Flint don't necessarily always swing or need to swing. But when they do, it's a freebie almost every single time. And Kettering, they were so good in rounds 1 and round 4, I would say, about utilizing floorboards and playing smart around those. But too many times have we seen them be used back the other way. And then they just tunnel vision in on that one sightline, and they don't realize there's a sightline down the hall on the same floor as them, directly in front of them, or even just in any direction out in the open, because you have to stand there somewhere to see through those floorboards. It's a rough look. Sido, though, does go down, so the nomad for Flint is no longer on the board, and the flank watch will be a little bit more difficult to deal with. But their own game for Kettering is nearly absolutely empty as down goes another. It's Chuck.
I knew it. I knew the Ash was going to
rush
jump
comes
in the main lobby and die to a Frostman. That's exactly what happened. Now left click is all alone, upstairs at least, inside of top mezzanine trying to take these fights. Prismo, though, loses it to She Left Me from down under. There's still a player in library, but no, they've dropped down the hatch. They've retreated back to the safety of the bomb site. Matt Mack will even out the man count now as we drop down to 30 seconds left of the round. We've seen that once or twice in this game and in this series. But Ryda still has full utility. There's a player right by the bomb chest. You can finish him off. And now you have a very winnable round. But please, for the love of God, shoot the Frostbat. I pray if you jump in this window that they shoot the Frostbat. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. Okay, the Frostbat's been shot, but the Ying has the diffuser, meaning she has to drop down the hatch. The Capitao uses both of their ammo. There's no time left. If Batman can find the kill, they do. They're going to clutch it out. Kettering are going to win this round off of time because, yet again, the timer, the 6th man of the year at this point, has to have the award Because both of these teams, for the love of goodness gracious, they just can't get past the timer. They can't beat it. It's their worst nightmare. It's
This
in their
20-second
walls.
meta.
It's in their walls.
20-second meta, man. It is so...
It's not, though. They're just choosing to make it. They have control. They have time. They're just choosing to go at 20 seconds. They could go at 40. They just don't.
Attackers.
Oh, yeah, and this is the first non-6-0 half of the entire series, just FYI.
Also true.
Which is another really crazy statistic from our
This
producer.
game has been like a...
It is crazy. It's a great showcase. It's a great series. And it'll be the first game for Kettering that they would have, unfortunately, had to go to a third map, you know? Their first series, they went 2-0, took down Robert Morris. It was an 8-6 and a 7-5, so it wasn't the prettiest looking 2 games in the world. Would have having to go to OT, and they were close in the second as well. But they won it. They didn't need a third map, and it's the same thing for Flint. They won 2-0. They didn't drop a map in the series. So where has all this come from? Where has all of this gone? It's hard to say. But Kettering, who we kind of expected, let's be brutally honest here, Kettering has a history. They have accolades. They're a very good roster. They were expected to come into this and really tear down Flint effectively, and that's not been the case. Maybe it is a case of the, in-city rivalry where they just can really show up against them. Even in a year where you have college football rivalries where one team just absolutely terrible, somehow they come into a game and they take down the #1 team in the nation. You're like, where the heck did this come from? Rivalries can mean a lot. I don't know if it means all of this shenanigans, though, that we've been seeing in this entire series. But we'll have to see how that goes on. Kettering, with a positive first half, now transition onto the attack. And they're doing one of the only things we had not seen Flint do on their attack, actually apply pressure from the north side of the map.
Rismo has hopped in to West Main and gets a huge heaping amount of damage thrown at them, and now they have no drones or information on the player inside the kitchen and swing into it. They died.
Drone.
Poor drone, poor information, like we've seen from Kettering before on their attacks. Sometimes they're droning information.
They were really
great,
good on map 1.
and sometimes it's just absolutely terrible nothing burgers. And that time around, it was pretty bad. So Ryder gets away with a free kill. And now Bombkey will try to recover, try to find a pick back for his team. The issue is he's no teammates helping him. They're just sitting outside the window watching them walk in one by one. Like, what are they playing? Are they playing Hero? Right? The game mode where you just have one person at a time jump into the building and try to ace clutch or ace and win the round and no one else has to do anything? It's like crap you do in casual. And it feels like Kettering's doing that on their attacks here in this game, and they're getting dusted by Michigan Flint. Every player that jumps in the building loses their life almost instantly. And it is just beyond frustrating for the players trying to play the entry, trying to take space, who just have no help in doing so.
Flint was the team that would step into no man's land without much drone work, or they'd send a drone in for themselves, which I'm sorry to break it to you, this isn't an initiator in Valorant. You can't entry in for yourself with drone work for information. You need somebody else there for it to do it for you. And now it's turned into Kettering running into the same exact problem, where they are trying to drone in themselves or just have a total lack of the drone, like Prismo on that initial entry. Where is the team droning things out for you that you did so darn well on the first map of the day here in Clubhouse? I don't know. And it doesn't matter. You've got to make a recovery somehow, and though round 7 seems like it could be already lost, doesn't necessarily mean that it is. 20 seconds are left. You have the option of swinging in quickly in through Wineseller. Sido has good control over here, back behind Shield in the very back corner. Yeah, with hatch control from She Left Me. And the wall being opened up, it does give you some variable options, but you're trying to move in towards a default plant spot, and you've got a player in front and another one up on hatch. There was nowhere Matt could have gone to stay alive for too much longer there, and the round will fall. UMF give themselves the victory and bring things ever so slightly closer to a tied game once again here on Chalet.
It is just back and forth between these teams, guys. I mean, it's just non-stop. Like, it's push and pull. One side has a good round, the other has a good round. One side has 2 good rounds, the other has 2 good rounds. It's just consistent. And I don't even know if I call it good rounds. I just think the other team is playing worse. It's not really a matter of who's winning the rounds, who's playing smarter, who's doing the things to properly win the round. It's just who's losing the round worse. It's like
Attackers have located a bomb.
both teams are trying to fight to lose this game. and neither of them know currently who's going to lose. They just have no idea. It's kind of like the inverse of like two teams that are really, really pushing it and really playing well. Like both of them almost perfect siege, right? Think of like 6 invitational grand finals, right? They're playing very, very good siege, near flawless at that high level, right? And you have no idea who's gonna win. It's map 5 of a best of 5, right? Between these two teams, it is like the complete inverse. It is like you just don't know who's gonna lose the game because both teams are just super mistake filled against each other, and it's not always mistakes that would show up against other teams because maybe it's just the way they play, maybe it's the play style, maybe it's the gameplay. Kettering is very aggressive, very front facing. Michigan Flint very passive, so both teams kind of counter each other in that sense, right? So that's why you're seeing more of these flaws, more of these mistakes come up between both of these teams. So hopefully after this game they'll have a lot of VOD. They'll be able to go into practice and scrims and stuff within the next week or two and fix these issues that they have, mostly lingering around the problem of the time clock. That's been the biggest problem for both teams, simply the clock. Against the defender has been discovered.
Chuck trying to get drone work in, and that's your flank watch again, or one of your flank watch. You actually brought 2 this time around for Kettering, which is shocking in and of itself. But there goes your second one. All right, I have to. They lost Prismo so early the previous round, and they were very stressed for the remainder of it, which is another reason maybe why we're seeing them fall into the final 20 seconds. They're just having to waste so much time constantly checking their corners that there's not somebody running up behind them. But it doesn't matter anyways. You bring 2, and none of them lasted past the first 60 seconds, and neither will Derp. Very swiftly afterwards was that. With just now 2 remaining for Kettering, Matt, Mac, and Bumpy have to pray that they can get 5 kills between the 2 of them, and they still haven't even looked at the first floor, which is where the actual bomb sashes are.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that site was like master or dining. I just didn't pay enough attention because the defensive setup was so heavy over on this side of the map. I didn't think there was a possibility that bar was in question. But they're playing bar, and 3 members from Kettering have died on the complete other side of the map. Yeah, granted, Bombkey finds 1 pick, but does it really matter? I mean, you have not a lot of info. You have like a drone per person, right? You have no teammates alive. Matt Mac was droning and got flanked by Zat or shot through the floor, one of the 2, whatever the case may be. They're dead now. And so Bombkey is the last player alive. And they've got 40 seconds to essentially do anything, and that's because they didn't shoot the solar cam when they entered the window. So it was either a free floor bang, or that player walked up the solar stairs, tapped the Habana in the back of the head, and dropped down the hatch and ran away like nothing ever happened. Regardless, really, really poor, struggling attacks. I mean, incredibly struggling out of the side of Kettering. They're just not working together as a team. They're not using utility at all. They're just funneling in the building one by one and losing their engagements one by one. Just like they did on Cafe on their attacks.
Oh. Kettering. Another timeout to be called, and a lot like the timeout we saw in in our second map of the day on Cafe that Kettering had called. We have to hope that the same thing won't occur. The timeout came, and then they lost the next round flawless against them. And then the round after that, nearly flawless against them, where they looked worse after that timeout, which should not be the case. But you've now seen 2 attacking rounds go against you, where you fail to piece together the right puzzles to create a solid enough front to even pick up more than 1 or 2 kills in a round. How do you fix this up in this timeout? Mason, it comes down to drone work. It comes down to information. R6 is one of the few games where the single best piece of utility in the entire game, bar none, SS tier, everything else can sit in F. That's how wide the difference is. Every attacker has them. 2 of them in the pocket, unless you're Twitch, which I guess, there's, a bit of a difference there, but it's your drones. You have them, you got to use them, and you got to use them right, because otherwise you're just throwing gold into a fountain and saying, I'm making a wish, when you could have tossed a quarter instead. You're going too far for little to no reward and praying that something happens. We need to see the drone work follow through. We need to see a drone in front of the intro. We need to see one following up behind the intro. We need to see more people willing to work together in tandem instead of playing a singles individual game. This isn't tennis. You got to work with a partner. In this case, you have 4 others around you trying to help you out.
Yeah, I couldn't say it much better. I mean, you're pretty much, which is rare.
Thank you.
Usually you're a bonehead. Haha. Right in there.
Nope. I don't get it. Oh, you just were insulting me? Was that just?
Yeah, you thought I did some funny pun. Nope. Yep.
No, I was really confused. I was trying to think about it.
Oh, got pranked. I bamboozled you. Now I'm the gaslighter.
Gotcha.
Now I'm the gaslighter. How the tides have turned.
You got me so well.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and
No.
defuse it.
Sorry.
And why are we running Callie? Why is Callie the operator?
Alley
Thatcher is
works if
on
it's
the
second
board.
floor and you have an
Thatcher is
angle
on the
for
board,
master
and
bedroom.
the only thing you have to worry about is a mute jammer, and it's not like there's Mira being brought by any of these teams. Which, by the way, Mira very strong on this map, but let's not run her. Callie does nothing, and considering the fact that Kettering's entire struggle has been entering the map because they're just baiting, that is a problem where you start
Giving
bringing
more
Callie.
excuses to do
It is
exactly
giving
the same
more
thing.
Exactly! It is contributing to the issue. It's like an alcoholic saying, I'm gonna stop drinking, but then going to the liquor store and buying more alcohol. Like, oh, it hurts. It hurts. I'm on fire with the analogy. I gotta say that. I'm sorry.
Hard breach goes down and the exothermic charge will breach the wall. Finally, we see success for the hard breach and not just on the entry for him and attempts to step into the building. Kettering are trying to make quick work of this initial dissolving of this second floor hold for Flint. They've yet to find a kill in the process of doing so. A player is prone behind the office desk. Another one back inside towards Laram. How do you clear these out? It's hard to tell, but you need to do so quickly because if you let Sido continue to hold this T elbow, you'll never find a safe entry in because where there's one, there's always two. And Zad is waiting. Initially prone behind the desk, now sitting in the cubby corner of office. With a player to swing in through the breach that was opened. And then Denal to come forward. Sido can just hide back and pre-fire and even toss a nitrocell later if they truly want to. But it's Prismo that finds themselves victim first. And second is Bomb Key down to the same man as Sido. Now has to kind of think twice about whether they should stay or should they go. And they'll go to the afterlife instead because Darp re-swings for a second kill.
Getting motion sickness from Derp spinning around. He's so worried about all these angles that he doesn't know where clear, and he's just walking upstairs. There's still a player above. As far as I'm aware, there is. Yeah, she left me. The Solus is still upstairs. Left click. What a shot. Oh, my goodness. Dusting the thermite outside main lobby. Michigan have the advantage. It's slight, but it is there. And if she left me wins this fight, you could call this round all but over as Chuck finds the headshot onto the mute as the Callie all the way back in main lobby. Here's the issue. Time again. We've said it 10 times, 10,000 times, over and over and over again, Scott. Time is against the attack. Chuck has been sitting outside main lobby waiting for a pick. Guess what? He got it. Doesn't matter. There's no time. His entire team's dead. He's finally going to run inside. Is he? No. I mean, he's got to look for Vert. He just walks right into the lobby. No idea what angles to hold because the entire floor was opened up by who? Oh, yeah, his own team that was taking top floor that he didn't want to help them achieve.
Flint have
Work as
made
a
the recovery.
team. They just have to work as a team, and they just aren't. They use that tack time out to probably say something like, hey, guys, we should probably play together. And then we pick Callie, and then we sit there, and we watch our team die. And it's an issue of not just the Callie. I'm not just putting all the blame onto the Callie player that was last alive, although I just think Callie is not the operator to be bringing. Chuck, please stop playing Callie. But it's just the supportive side. The lack of drones, the lack of information. The entries don't have anything to work off of. That's why they're getting pre-fired. And also, when they do try to work off of something, then the entries themselves are at fault to blame because either A, they lose the engagement, or B, they don't have utility. Or they don't use their utility properly to effectively insert themselves.
10 seconds left.
We got a basement now. And maybe an adjustment to be made by Kettering. I hope so. I really hope so.
Callie in basement, by the
They
way.
looked so good on the top floor. They looked so good on the top floor. Hey, guess what? There's no wall denial. Not one thing of wall denial. The only thing that could deny the wall is an impact grenade from She Left Me, and that's only one wall panel. on snowmobile. That can be denied. And she left me in kitchen, so that guy's not going to be impacted. So why did they bring a Chalet? You have Ash to get rid of the mirrors. Oh, because they're guessing that there's water. They don't even actually know.
They didn't drone
like,
out for the operators.
Drones are all outside and not actually looking for anything. You have to know what your opponents are playing to be able to properly and appropriately make the adjustments. And they're just not.
A glass would have done you. A glass would have done you so much more good in this scenario outside. And you could have opted for a different way to clear out that hard breach now on your team, because it's not like there isn't utility available that can do that. Even just nades. Outside the corner, kind of fragment it off, get rid of the util that's there to deny, or properly snuff out the operators in sight and work with it. It does at least get you to break down the mirror window, so it's less of a concern. The total effectiveness is much less than it could have been. But the Chalet just isn't bringing a whole lot to the roster when you could have had those smoke canisters and already been into a plant. We've been struggling as a team. Wholly so. To get a plant down that's not in the final 10 seconds, or even get it down in general as you run out of time and your last person has to try to stick the diffuser with 2 people bearing down upon them. Class would have been a smarter choice. But then at the same time, I just think they really want to go this top-down approach. Derp loves the idea of this ram. This ram has now been attempted from Kettering and from you and Flint. It was used on Cafe, and it's good. But you don't need this 3rd floor down approach into basement right now when you already had full control over a snowmobile and you had broken the mirror window, denying most of that totalitarian space that was under control for you and Flint defense.
And the Oryx got away. So Bombkey has been looking for basically a ghost now. And that Oryx has wasted 2 minutes of the attacker's time. And if you and Flint play this smart, play their cards right, they just leave. They just drop. They get away. If they're able to. It looks like She Left Me, though, has been stuck inside a kitchen. But they're going to continue to waste more and more time. If they look up at the hatch, there's a player right above them. And there's also still players rather close. The Jackal finally swings. Bombkey gets that opening pick. Prismo also takes down Zat, so the roam clear is effective. But there's only 30 seconds left. And Scott, say it with me. What has always affected the teams? The timer.
Close enough. 6 man on the field for the defense that's panning out. Unfortunately, UM Flint not getting the kills they would like at this point in time. Down goes Matt Mac. Chuck's been DBing out, but it's still effective 2v3. Make it a 2v2 with Let Click with the Vector. 1v2 with Bombkey now all alone. You had 40 seconds left. You had a 4v2, and you've now tossed that out the window, and Kettering will, in fact, lose yet another round in a row to UM Flint here on Chalet. Victim to Father Time. Maybe make a call to a referee. Try to dispute something. 6 people on the field for you and Flint, but you had the same man on your defense and couldn't find the same success they had, as we're now sitting match point, series point, 6-4, 1 possible round away from a huge recovery of a team getting routed 7-0 on their map pick to winning it all here.
I mean, Michigan Flint looked completely different than map. I forget that map won't even happen. Scott, I'm not gonna lie. That map blew by so fast. I don't even remember it happened. I only remember.
You've also been slowly losing your mind over and over again, though.
Descending into madness. Yeah, that is definitely been happening. But oh, it's like it took them 2.5 minutes to barely clear dining and kitchen. And then, literally, as I was saying, I spoke it into existence. Not even a caster curse, just straight up a facts curse. Like, not facts. Straight facts. I'm just saying, it was straight facts. Like, time was against them. And they all panicked, and they all just ran into sight, and all took ones, and they all lost them. Only one 1v1 was actually won in that entire engagement, and that was the very beginning of them taking the site, where the Ram decided to drop the hatch on her own, who then immediately got refragged. And then there's no trade to come for that trade, right? So now Michigan Flint bring back a man disadvantage. They do it again. Do it again. And again. And again. And it is just like, why? Why? I don't understand. They're doing the right things, but they're so slow. They just have to speed it up. Both teams. Feedback. And you go back and watch this VOD later on. Speed up your attacks. Just a little bit more help for both sides.
This has been such a crazy broadcast so far that half of this I can almost just like willingly zone you out and know that you'll still be going in on them about something. That's just what it's been. That's what the mindset is of an ex-player trying to watch this. And, you know, they got to vibe review it. They have to. I mean, that's just the name of the game.
And I don't want it to be like that. I hate games that I like have to grill teams, but it's just such simple things that these teams are very capable of doing because I've seen them perform it at a high level before. But it's like they forgot to put the... Oh my god!
What? Okay, what was that?
What just happened? No, where has this been all game? I mean, that's insane. That's insane that you get the kill. And now Matt gets a kill. All of a sudden, Kettering looking like they're wanting to stay in this match. But their issue the entire time, Scott, on Cafe and here on Chalet, has been failing to close out the rounds on attack. Failing to finish as the team that they started in the round. Can they do it for once and for all?
And we'll have to tell. Time is quickly running out for the defense of Flint to try to make a recovery. It was that trying to go for something off towards hallway, towards Kitchen Hall. Unfortunately, not able to find anything going their way. And though Derp gets away with it, or sorry, though Ryda gets away with it, Derp punishes. And it leaves just She Left Me in a 1v4 with Derp planting the diffuser. And they were completely swarmed, trapped over there in Hall. It will be, in fact, a round one for Kettering, and they will deny the possibility of just closing out this game just yet. And one more chance to tie things up and lead us into OT, which would be exactly what we were expecting to see: a 7-0 start, a near 7-0 second map, or a 7-0 second map as we were joking about and thankfully didn't see, and then a full OT third map where we've basically seen every single possible second of every round in all three of these maps.
If Kettering decide to play this next round just like they did that last one, then we absolutely can see it. Because that is what I've been wanting to see out of either of these teams for the last 3 maps now. And finally, Kettering, they isolate each opponent. They work each opponent 1-on-1, right? But they work them as a team overall together. The trade on the guy in the mirror closet towards the end where the Habana hops in the window and yeah, they die, and it was probably a dumb idea to hop in that window considering the mirror wasn't actually fully opened yet. But the refrag was immediately there, so I can't be mad at it. I can't be angry. It was a good trade. It was good team play. And if Kettering can do that again, we'll find ourselves in overtime. It's that simple. Look, Happy Klims is back. We like Happy. Right, Scott?
Do we like Happy Klims? You're implying that I like any Klims here, so. All right.
But we brought the Chalet instead, who's... Okay, yeah, game's over.
Happy Klims is gone.
They didn't bring Chalet
Mad
one
Klims is
attacking
back.
round.
They win
They
it,
bring-
and then they bring it back.
and then they bring the Chalet. And what's going to happen? She's probably going to be outside doing nothing for her team.
At the very
Rounds-
least, we can say that
That Chuck
Kettering
is
aren't
doing
using
stuff.
their hard breach
So
as an
helpful.
entry. At least we can say that
That is
Kettering aren't using their hard breach as
They're
an
not-
entry, which
they're
is
not
better than what you and
absolute
Flint were doing.
Mad. Yes, that was... I don't have the nuts as a Thermite player, as a hard breach player, which I did play hard breach for quite a while. I don't have the guts to do what that guy was doing. And I had to entry on hard breach sometimes because of just like super slow offensive clears where you just kind of have to like make your team get some control. And that guy has got bigger cojones than me.
Express 9mm will go out here from Zat. Lagging inside of office. Southernmost wall of connecting towards Ivy been left open, giving them possibilities for sightline peaks, but it also can be used against them if Ivy is taken with full control here for Kettering. Maybe a little bit easier said than done, though. You have to worry about piano player, you have to worry about T-elbow player, even the possibility of someone watching in from bathroom. First blood does fall, and it will be Zat to find it. Derp not able to get a fight back in return after using their first race of Ram. It gets refragged back, and you even find something on top if you were in Flint after the loss of Zat. Chuck now in the afterlife. So the Cali that was holding your long angle no longer in contention, and now no longer is Sido in contention. As Prismo swings wide and fast. The Ash doing exactly what Ash needs to do, ensuring it effectively. Tying things back up into a 3v3 with now 60 seconds ticking away. And Flint hastily retreating back down to the first floor. Bar their one extender still up inside a master bedroom just outside of closet to hold on to this objective.
The trades are so good. The information is finally good enough from the attack to aid the entries and getting the job done that they need. And Mute, left click, putting himself in a terrible position behind that dining table. The Jackal Bomb King gets that wall opened up. But you have to worry about the Solus. You're upstairs. This key battle upstairs between the Ash and the Solus might just be the difference maker in this round. Or if Ryda is able to make a miracle play, Prisma wins out the engagement. That leaves Ryda alone. They try to tap at the feet, but they're not able to find it. Matt gets the diffuser down. Ryda will walk in. They get the down of the Thermite. The last one's above. They know it too. But where is the Ash of Prismo? They've repositioned over to the hatch. They rotate over. They play the vertical. Tapping away is Ryda. There's the peek from the Ash. Prismo doesn't land the shots, though. Ryda trying to find him through the floor. Has to reload their main weapon. Getting back onto the diffuser now. All Prismo has to do is stay alive. Just play smart. Play your life. They run around above. Ryda's diffusing. Prismo finds the head. And we're into overtime, Scott. Just as you played it up. Just as you drove it up. Just as the script totally asked for.
Tear the script up. I'm tired of seeing the script. Sick of it. Stop showing us everything we already knew was coming up. Make something different. We're going to deal with the Super Bowl being scripted. I don't want to deal with our 6 being scripted too, Mason. Come on. Thank you. It would be very impressive if somebody could write a whole script for a broadcast.
I love that entire round from Kettering. Well,
it was
I
so
won't
much
say the
better.
Entire round, but I will say 95% of that round was like actual Rainbow Six Siege that they're capable of doing. They just have chosen to not be doing it the entire time. And it was great, and it was good gameplay, and the attacks are looking good, and it's right on time because we're into overtime. Michigan Flint have the defense. Remember, Kettering had the side advantage going into map 3, where they got to choose the overtime side that they started on. Honorary to that being said, Michigan Flint now have the OT side, and defense has been the strong suit throughout the game for these teams, but Kettering, their last 2 attacks have looked impeccable. They just have to keep it up for 1 or 2 more rounds, and they can close out this series in a 2-1 fashion, and one that we didn't quite think they were going to be able to finish off based on the way that map number 2 went.
Kettering back in the attack. And with how well they have been doing in the second half of the second half, you have to have high hopes for it. But back down to the basement where Okali means Mason happy. And that's where I think the biggest and most important piece of the puzzle will lie. As long as Mason is happy, we're all happy, right?
Yes. Happy Mason, good.
30 seconds have elapsed, though, and it looks like a top-down approach from Kettering will come forward. 1 player up on the defense for UM Flint, off towards office. They're checking out Ivy Hall for the time being. It will likely fall back and try to work in from that eastern entrance and go down the stairwell back towards basement side. But if you want to play in with this extension, you want to play upstairs on this floor, one of the best ways to do so is with that Oryx, where you have the ability to drop down 1 hatch and then get right back up on another as swift as can be with that utility, whatever it's called. Oryx Rush, whatever it's called. It doesn't really matter. It has some strange name I never remember. One of my favorite operators, and there's a reason for it, especially on Chalet. Ramadash, that is in fact what it is. It's that mobility. It's the ability to quickly get back to an area. It's the ability to close around a corner very swiftly. And UM Flint, when they've had troubles getting away from fights, which has been few and far between, having that Ramadash would have been a better way to get around those corners or to drop in and get up either in to a situation by dropping down into it or out of a situation by jumping out of it in the first place.
The drones are a little slow and a little lacking, and that's why Prismo just swings wide on that door. Doesn't lose the engagement. Chuck has the cutoff. Dirt flying. She left me down below. That is huge, but Ryda still doing the job that they need to get done. And they get 1 pick back at least for Michigan Flint for now. Now Michigan, they go back to the site. They anchor themselves. Saito wins the fight. That's a big one against the Brava, because that evens the man count. Why is Chuck dry peeking nothing? No info. Just stay alive outside the breach. If you just stay alive, just play with your team. You could get the bomb down together on that main bookshelf. 1 person has to shoot a C4. That's all it would have taken. And they could get the job done. You can do vertical above the mirror, guys. Play the vertical that you need.
The whole floor is soft.
Everything's breakable. Saito's getting so aggressive. The buck is outside. And now Saito, just stay alive at this spot because Kettering are going to be absolutely terrified to clear you here. 20 seconds left. Here's the timer. It always is the best player. It's going to be the MVP of this lobby by the end of it, Scott.
Prismo goes down. A refrag is there. Finally dealing with Saido, who is back behind the staircase. It will not matter. 1-for-1 trades. 4 seconds left. Bonke! Round the bend! Behind the trash can! The dedication and the safety net to stand back up. Y'all attempted it on Cafe. I dogged on you for it in Cafe because you went for no attempt to truly fight for the kill. This time, though, Bomb Key, you went for it and you nailed it. 7-6. Kettering, despite letting Flint be at match point, have made a 3-round comeback to finally get back ahead and reach their own overtime match point here as they now swap over to defense.
Kettering panicked, but Michigan Flint got too excited in that moment. Their potential winning spot. Scott. They're so close. They're so close. But they panicked. They got too excited. If the mirror just stays alive behind the mirror, they wait out. They either get the free pre-fire because the player has to go for the bush, or they try to stick the bomb behind the trash can, which you could shoot through the trash can, or you had an extra cell in your pocket that you could have thrown to stop that ultimate plant. And instead, a poor decision was made, and now you have to go win an attack, which Michigan Flint has not been very good at, but if they're able to, they could potentially do it. They were able to do it a couple times in their attacking half, 2 to be exact. They just need to do it a couple more times. And here on the defense for Kettering, they were feeling rather comfortable, as they should. They should be rather enjoying the spot that they're currently in and placed through. Ying on the board, Capital, Buck, Nomad, and Jackal. Those have to be the operators that Michigan Flint can get the job done. They're going for a full roam clear. They've got to do it together. They've got to be efficient. And they have to find Chuck ratting down in the basement. Do they know about this Jaeger? This is a crucial opening pick that they could find for free because Chuck has no avenue to leave. He has no safety net. He's stuck in this corner. He is a dead man.
Drone still working through. She left me, has not checked back there. That does not spell a great look. But it doesn't seem like Flint will opt to step in through that doorway in the first place, and that may buy them enough time, but the basement is still being cleared, and She Left Me is looking for it.
Are there going to be footprints?
I don't think there will be. I think they've been there for too long. It's been 60 seconds since they even last moved.
The terrible droning that Michigan Flint has had the entire time might just bite him in the rear. Bomb Key just barely getting to top Ivy, but has been downed. Prismo will have to try to find an angle. Press his teammate. They do. So at least Bomb Key is brought back up full HP.
There it is.
Chuck finds the kill. And the Jackal was waiting for him, but Chuck ends up better in the engagement. And now the pressure settles in against Michigan Flint. We gave Chuck a lot of flack for that Chalet play on the attack, but that's a huge impact play here on the defense. Zat has just walked into Ivy. There's no one on the blue stairs at all. How is the Buck allowed to get here?
This is an apex position. You can't give up. You can't give that up, Kettering, but it's still, how are you being rewarded? Rewarded for giving up one of the most solid positions in the entire map. You'll swing the staircase, get your frag, and fall back. And a second one! Saido! What is going on? Prismo giving a freebie back, and it's a 1v4! Ryda's DB&O to Russian from Derp will not be warranted. Ryda will be picked back up. But it's still that man disadvantage with limited to no utility left to work with. Nothing in the Capital's pockets. Toss out the EMP. Burn away. No, they use a drone for it. Burn away the Surya Gate, I guess.
Well, they don't use their drones
use a
anyway,
Candela.
so it doesn't matter.
They weren't using the drone anyways, let's be honest.
Yeah.
The Ryda's up inside a library. They know that someone's there. Prismo, they're inside! Right next door! Ryda waiting for the Candela to detonate will drop through quickly after the fact, but left click went in too soon. Mad Mac has to swing the second. They stepped into the frostbite. It will not matter. They're by the door. They have to go for this plant. It will not go. Mad Mac with the kill, securing Kettering Esports, their varsity side, a map win and a series win. That looked so darn difficult for them when they started the first thing off 7-0.
Michigan Flint losing in the end. They looked promising. It looked like they might pull back that attacking round that yet again they fumbled. And I hope that both of these teams look back at this VOD and they just make the adjustments that they need on attack. They just have to practice attack. Scrim attack a million times if you can, guys. Your defenses were okay. They were fine. But your attacks, both sides, just rough. It hurt. It hurt me to watch as like a person that's a fan of the game, former player, knowing how good these guys could be because I've casted both of these teams countless times in the past. They're very capable. They just were not executing it tonight. But Kettering, in the end, won 4 straight rounds, and those were the 4 most important ones for them of the night as they were able to close out map number 3 of this series, netting themselves their second win here in NECC. As week 1 was a bye, they won week 2, and now they get to go into week number 4, going on to next week at 2-0.
Yeah, this is at least the solid state to be in. It's where you want to be. And Ryder getting 15 kills and still coming up short. Your teammate getting 13 kills and still coming up short.
Tough.
It's tough. That is what it is. But unfortunately, backpacks can't hold 1,000,000 pounds. Sometimes you have to have somebody take some of that weight off your shoulders. And for a lot of the entries, and the drone works is really where that starts. The drones, they maybe seem small, but it seems like they can hold a kilo of weight off your shoulders. Try to use them more. And that's where you'll find more success. But that's it for us tonight here from the NECC for R6. We'll be back next week with more R6. But coming up tomorrow, if you want to keep watching some NECC esports action, will be League of Legends. So make sure you stay tuned for that and all the other esports we got coming up for the remainder of this week. Don't go anywhere for them. We'll see you guys then. Good night.
So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love.